I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order, beginning with a pledge to allegiance.
Roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Roll call first. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Clayman?
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Honored to be here.
Mr. Flynn? Present. Ms. Johnston? Here. Ms. Osiander?
Here.
Ms. Drummond? Here. Mr. Birch?
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Here.
Mr. Starr?
Here.
Dr. Selcraig? Here. And Mr. Coffey?
Here.
And we are all present. How nice. I would like to, it's not been happening in the last few meetings. I'd like to ask Mr. Coffey to lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We do have some minutes this evening.
Mike.
The minutes of June 23rd were moved.
Second.
And seconded. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, those minutes are accepted.
Move to accept the minutes of July 7th.
Second.
Those minutes are before us. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, those minutes are accepted.
To accept the minutes of July 21st.
Second.
Thank you. Those minutes are before us. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, those minutes are also accepted. Thank you very much. We have, at this point, I think, a chance to hear from our mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple of things to announce. On our chronic public inebriate efforts, Darrell Hess, who many of you know, will be serving under the guidance of Diane Ingle in the Health and Human Services Department as the lead person on that effort. So we're real pleased to have Darrell leading that effort. I can't think of anybody more appropriate. And Darrell's in the audience, I believe. If you don't know him, wave your hand. There you go. Thank you for taking on that challenge, Darrell. It's a big challenge, and I think we've got the right team moving forward on it. The Police Search Committee had its second meeting, and they received over 30 applicants for the job of Chief of Police, including some outstanding folks from within the department and former people within the police department. So they'll be working over the next 30 days to, winnow down applicants and make recommendations to me, I think, within the next 30 days or so. So we'll keep you abreast of that. And then our Energy Task Force is continuing to work on and monitor all the major energy initiatives that are going on. And I believe Mr. Coffey and members of the task force will be attending an upcoming RCA hearing regarding pricing and gas availability in Cook Inlet, which, of course, is extremely important to us. So I appreciate their efforts on the task force. And that's it for today, Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey, did you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to say with regard to Mr. Hess's appointment, I've worked with him in a lot of the issues that arose in Fairview with drugs, prostitution, and public inebriates, and he was president and very active in the community council. And as a result of his efforts, a lot of improvement has taken place, and he worked closely with the police and others, and Mr. Floyd, who's now gone on to other duties, and achieved a pretty good result in the Fairview area. And I have spent a lot of time talking to him about his beliefs and philosophy of how this matter needs to be addressed, and I share most of his opinions, and I really look forward to working with him. I think we may actually be able to address the problem that I've wrestled with in different fashions for 35 years, and it would be a real delight for me to have that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, except for the 35 years part, ditto.
Okay, thank you.
Kids.
Anything else,
what
Mr.
can you
Mayor?
do with kids?
No, that's it today, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to highlight a few items on the agenda that have come up. The first one A1, we've had a request to deal with this towards the end of the meeting so that the fellow officers from the midnight shift could come when we do this presentation. So I'll hope when we get to that there'll be a motion to put that one at the end. Additionally, there will be a presentation from the Board of Equalization to us during information reports. We have had requests for work sessions on some of the items that are up for introduction. And so I've already gone ahead and scheduled work sessions. The first one on 9F1, which is AO108, the extended closing safety hour. That one is scheduled for public hearing on the 13th. I've scheduled a public hearing, a work session on that on the 9th from noon to 1. The second item that requires a work session is F2, that's AO109. This is enabling language for Prop 9 on the tax increase limitation. And that's coming up our next meeting, so there's a work session scheduled on that one on September 15th, right before we meet with the school board. 25th, I'm sorry, I wrote the wrong date down. Very good. Also, for upper...
What time, Madam Chair?
Let's see, that would be from noon to 1, and then we're meeting with the school district from 1 to 3, and that is at City Hall. The other work session, on the addendum you will note that there is a item that pertains to adoption of the 2010-2013 TIP, and there's been a request to have a work session on that. I scheduled that one for October 9th to immediately follow the work session on Patrick's ordinance, so it would be from 1 to 2 on the 9th.
Does that mean we're moving the public hearing on that tip back to the October date? Because it's
yes, sir. Some of the public hearing dates will have to be amended, that one in particular. Thank you. Additionally, there had been a request for a public hearing, a work session on the AWU capital budget. As you know, there have been some difficulties because of staff problems at doing that immediately. You all should have received a fairly substantial packet of information from Mr. Primo at AWU. Basically, at this point, we've decided to postpone 13A and 13B, which are the AWU capital issues, until October 13th. And then I'd like it very much if you could let me know if you still want a work session after you have time to digest all that material that Mr. Primo sent in the packet. If you do, then we'll add that on to October 9th. But I don't want to schedule that if it's not needed. Let's see. I believe that's it. With that, we'll go into committee reports. Starting at, you're in, Mr. Klayman. Do you have anything to announce?
just from a budget perspective, it's not just a kind of a FYI for the Assembly. I have attended a couple of different meetings with people concerned with pools and Bartlett being open and Service being open, and there was a large number from the aquatics community at a meeting at Service a couple of weeks ago, and the general concern is about keeping the pools open and particularly keeping the pools open as soon as the swim season is open. There was a lot of discussion about looking at public-private partnerships for management to try to increase incentives for marketing them to the communities near those schools, which I think the administration is embracing, and I certainly, my sense is the aquatics community embraces that, as do I. The last topic, I had some discussions with Assembly Council, and I've asked questions for the administration. I don't actually expect or want an answer tonight, but stay tuned. When we approved the pool bonds in 2008, there was a tax cap increase approved at that time for additional operation and maintenance funds. And so I've got questions in for the administration, which I'm sure they'll advise the whole Assembly once they have answers about how that's being dealt with in the budget, because I think it's an important question in terms of pools as to those additional funds. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one quick announcement regarding the T-BOP Campbell Park committee that was established to deal with illegal camping and inebriates in the Campbell Park area. Anyway, they're having their third meeting on Monday, September 21st, between 12 and noon in the Transit Building over on Martin Luther King Drive, second floor training room. So it's open to the public, and anyone wishing to join this committee and myself, you're more than welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to briefly meet with the administration's Director of Intergovernmental Affairs. She indicated that the administration is interested in getting a jump start on the legislative program this year, so waiting to hear back from her on when she'll want to get started on that process. And Mr. Coffey and I will make the appropriate notifications when the time comes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
The Finance Committee will be meeting Thursday at noon, and we'll be discussing the fund balances, and we'll also be discussing the ordinance 2009-110 and the resolution 2009-221. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to let the body know that I asked Ms. Johnson specifically when the committee has the opportunity that they do look into that pool question, because like all of you, I've been getting emails from folks who had questions about approving the bonds and then potential closure of pools.
And we will
we'll look forward to that. Yeah, thank you. Your
additional-
plate is full.
Right.
Ms. Johnson.
Additional information, and then, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond.
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Mr. Birch.
No report.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me pull up my notes very quickly. The Public Safety Committee met last week at the request of Ms. Gray Jackson and others to discuss the homeless and public inebriate and illegal camping issue. We heard a good presentation from the Anchorage Police Department on implementation of the ordinance that this body passed earlier this year. And we also heard from groups such as ARBRA, Catholic Social Services. The Rescue Mission had a representative there, Take Back Our Parks, which Ms. Gray Jackson mentioned. The Department of Health and Human Services was there. The consensus was that while it's probably too early to fully evaluate something that was passed not that long ago, implementation seems to be going fairly well at this point. There are some concerns out there, but it's my understanding that the administration and others are working to address those. There may have been some unintended consequences in language in that particular ordinance that we passed, but nothing that's unfixable, nothing that's insurmountable. There was general agreement that that ordinance was an important but a very small piece of what's going to be a much broader picture that's going to take a lot of time to put together. And I appreciate hearing that the administration is putting all of its efforts into this, and I'm very appreciative to hear that Mr. Hess will be heading up those efforts. I've had the pleasure of working with him in the past and anticipating working on this. The Public Safety Committee, on behalf of the rest of the body, has asked to have some role to play in that, and I will personally am interested and will be keeping an eye on those efforts. And it's not going to be an easy problem to solve, but it's a problem that we have to solve one way or another. The next Public Safety Committee meeting is scheduled for October 14th. That will be in City Hall in the Assembly Conference Room at noon.
Very good.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr.
Only from elections. Again, I'll reiterate our willingness as a committee to perhaps engage in a search type committee for our elections coordinator. I asked you our involvement and needs there. You know, we've got an election cycle coming up, and I don't want to short it. So, as need be, we can perhaps bring together a committee of our body or a public committee to entertain applicants for that. So, just urge to don't wait too long. So, thank you.
And I'll speak to that in just a second. Go ahead.
The Community and Economic Development Committee has been hearing from our housing work group, and they've pulled together, I think, what is a very useful picture of workforce housing need and availability in Anchorage, and it's a pretty shocking body of information. We're really behind in terms of making affordable housing available to working people. We met with Greg Jones this week and talked about sharing that information with him and getting his insights on it. We'll be bringing forward a resolution probably at our next meeting. And one of the things that's apparent is that we need a strategy to galvanize. We've got a lot of resources for housing and a way to galvanize Alaska Housing Finance Corporation and our regional nonprofits and our local resources to really make housing happen. I will be recommending some strategies to do that. And I think probably before we act on the resolution, we'll need a work session so this body can know what's going on and get caught up with the information. I also just wanted to mention Muldoon Fire Station 6, the fire station that serves my area, has been down, and basically I've got a lot of calls from people who are really concerned. The issue is that those trailer courts that are farthest from the other surrounding fire stations are fairly vulnerable, and we've got a fair number of homes and trailer courts. And I think this issue of kind of having moving blackouts, I know we've got or brownouts. We've also reduced the ladder truck for downtown so that if we have a high-rise fire, that's an issue. There's been some reduction on the hillside at the O'Malley site, and I think that and the pool discussion raises this issue that I look forward to us engaging in, which is how do we establish these core priorities as we deal with this potential loss. So I'm hoping that over the next couple of weeks we can work with the administration and be thoughtful about how we set those priorities, because sometimes there's unforeseen costs associated with an initial cut. The last thing I'd like to do is recognize Helen Gamble, who passed away this last week. She moved to Anchorage in the 50s. She has been involved in community activities over her entire life. Her life was distinguished, recognized by the Mayor's Public Service Award and many others. And there's a service for her tonight, and I just would like to put on the record the great appreciation this community has for her and her life and her service that she did for us. It's a great loss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. We've been working with the other folks that the mayor has appointed to his Energy Commission, because we all know or learned a lot about the potential deliverability problems, and then in a few short years actual true supply problems. And I've met with people from ML&P, from NSTAR, from Chugach, from MEA, and had discussions with many people about the particular issue. At the request of the mayor, 3 or 4 of us are going to the RCA meeting tomorrow at 9:30 in the old ARCO Tower, because they sent out a request that they would like input on developing a mechanism whereby gas supply contracts could be approved. I believe that's probably an acknowledgement that what has been going on since about 2002 in that regard has resulted in some of the problems we're facing now, and they're looking for answers that will avoid that in the future. And I'll be there. I'll listen. I'm far from the expert that some of my fellow task force members are, and so it'll be an information thing for me, which I'll be happy to report to you all when I get done with it. And I'm sure it won't be resolved tomorrow. They'll take input, and then they'll probably come back with some sort of regulatory or approach or policy whereby they make decisions in the future. That's number one. Number two, the Title 21 Committee. This is the committee of all time that lasts forever and never goes away. We're all familiar with this committee. And we meet again on Thursday at 9:15 to 11:45. We are just about done with residential design, and we will be starting. I hope everyone on the committee received their commercial design packages, 7 for A, B, C, D, and E, and we will be starting on that as soon as we're done with the other. The good news is, sarcasm aside, once we are done with the residential design, we will do a review of the definitions section, which staff, in its wisdom, has held off from making any changes for good reason, and we will deal with that with staff, and then the entire matter will rest with this body, and we can make some resolution of it, and hopefully we can get that done before year's end.
Yes.
And that would be a miracle.
That'd be great.
And we all deal in miracles here, you know. So
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
there you go.
I want to just chime in a little bit. because apparently some assembly members didn't get the email that I sent out that described how the Assembly is responding to the 09 budget challenges. Ms. Drummond, Ms. Johnston, and I conferred. I did have some input from other Assembly members, and we've come up with a $43,000 reduction in the 09, which includes $20,000 from travel, $8,000 from a vacancy factor and not immediately filling the elections clerk position, and $15,000 from the restricted fund. Additionally, I'm taking a suggestion from Ms. Gray Jackson, and I'm looking at trying very hard to combine the budget analyst position with the elections clerk position, which potentially could give us some additional savings for the 10 budget. We're going to start advertising that probably, what did we say, Barbara, in October, late October? Because we're anticipating, since we're going to be advertising outside, that it may be a significant period of looking before we find somebody with the necessary skills. But we're also anticipating not filling that position until ideally the beginning of December, so we can keep that in place. I want to, again, thank Ms. Gray Jackson for that suggestion. Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like for the body to know one of the biggest reasons why I suggested that to our chair was because the woman who had the elections coordinator position previously, her title was elections coordinator / budget, and so I thought that we would continue in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. With that, the addendum. Oh, Ms.
I don't know. Yeah, I did. My
okay.
board's not quite working. Well, you know, there's been an enormous amount of change in the clerk's office, and it would seem to me this isn't an emergency or something we have to rush into, but it would make sense to do some sort of overall evaluation and audit in the clerk's office to look at all these different job positions and make sure we've got the right description for each position and that we're allocating our resources in the smartest way, because in light of the people that have come and gone, we've got people who did big jobs who, I just think it would be worthwhile, particularly as we add new positions that are mixed positions, to do some sort of audit in terms of what the jobs are and what our needs are, and make sure that our job descriptions are lining up with those needs.
Well, Ms. Grinstein and I have been talking about exactly that.
Great.
Looking at jobs, doing cross-training on jobs, and restructuring.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Well, I just had the concern about the elections and the quality therein. You know, we've got some need to perhaps, touch base with the current election coordinators and the election workers so that they have that. I know in Nalupe's term, she had a solid group of team workers. Are we checking in with those folks to make sure they're still interested?
My understanding is yes.
You know, because we've got a big requirement in April, and I'm sure if we have new people to train up, the window is tight. So I concur, and I appreciate the need to defer till December, but we ought to be able to hit the ground running. I don't want to have a concern there that we have an election that doesn't go well.
Right, and I appreciate your willingness to help out on that.
Anytime.
All right. We have an addendum before us. A motion would be helpful.
To incorporate the addendum into the agenda.
Thank you. Would it be acceptable in that motion to include the one laid on the table item?
The addendum, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there objection to incorporation? Seeing none, I'll read the items on the addendum. A3, AR 223, a resolution of the Assembly and Mayor recognizing and honoring Greg A. Stewart for 35 years of service to the community as a police employee at the Anchorage Police Department. AR 224, which is A4 on the agenda, a resolution of the Assembly and Mayor recognizing and honoring Linda Rodriguez for her 26 years of service to the community as a police dispatcher at the police department. Item B5 on the agenda is AR 222, a resolution of the Assembly encouraging elected public officials to speak to students about the importance of education and staying in school. Item 6 on the addendum is AR 226, a resolution of the Assembly establishing a public hearing date on the 6-year program provided in Charter and Code for Public Services, Fiscal Policies, and Capital Improvements in advance of the public hearing on the FY 2010 budget. For introduction, F13 on the agenda. Oh, wait a minute, there's one more B, and that's B7, which is the late on the table item. That's AR 227. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly confirming the appointment of Jacqueline C. Duke as Deputy Municipal Clerk. That would be B7. For introduction, F13 is AR 2009-221, and this is a resolution revising and appropriating funds for the 2009 general government operating budget. Public hearing date of September 29th. For an F14 is AR 225. It's a resolution adopting recommendations to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Policy Committee regarding the adoption of the fiscal year 2010 through 2013 Transportation Improvement Program, and that's actually going to need a public hearing date of October 13th, which is not the way it reads on the printed addendum, because we have the work session calendared for October 9th. The last item would be 9F15. That's for Assembly Memorandum 515, and that's the Anchorage Community Development Authority appointment of Gregory L. Jones. With that, I'm sorry. Oh, and the public comment period leads us to October 13th for a final vote on that matter. Okay, we are now at the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I was conferring with my colleague. Do we have a number on 2009-227 for Ms. Duke?
B as in 7.
9B7, thank you.
Bravo 7.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Mr. Coffey, do you want to start with pulling items on the agenda?
On the addendum 9A4 for presentation.
Okay.
9, these are on the main addendum, 9 Echo 2, 3, and 7.
Echo 2.
3 and 7.
3 and 7.
And Madam Chair, I'm assuming you don't need the F1 and 2 pulled to schedule the work session. You're just going to leave them there. That's the ones you told us we were going to have work sessions.
No, we don't need to pull those.
Okay. And then 9F12, Madam Chair.
9F12.
12.
12, got it.
Okay, and that's it for me.
Okay. Dr. Sokrig?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Starr?
No items.
Ms. Gutierrez?
9 Alpha 3. That's all, Madam Chair.
9 Alpha 3.
On the addendum.
On the addendum. All right. Mr. Birch?
No items.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes, Madam Chair. 9 Alpha 1 for presentation at the end of the meeting. 9 Delta 4.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Ms. Johnston?
No items, thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9 Alpha 2 for presentation.
All right.
And item 9 Bravo 3 for clarification.
9 Bravo 3. Okay. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Klayman?
Item 9, Delta 3, the meeting schedule.
9 Delta 3.
And I don't need to pull it, but I just want to note on 9 Delta 6, the Homeless Prevention Rapid Reentry Housing Program that's using recovery dollars. This is a really important program in terms of addressing homeless concerns in the community. I'm very, very pleased to see this come forward. I don't need to pull it. I just wanted to note my appreciation for the administration continuing the efforts that we began earlier in the year.
Thank you. Very good. I'll go over the pulled items to make sure everybody's got them. On the regular agenda, 9A1, 9A2, 9 Bravo 3, 9 Delta 3, 9 Delta 4, 9 Echo 2, 9 Echo 3, 9 Echo 7, and 9 Foxtrot 12. On the addendum, 9A3, 9A4, 9 Bravo 6, and that's it. Did I miss anything?
Who pulled B6, Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just circled it with no name, so apparently no one pulled it. All right. There's a question about, all right, just hold on a second, please. Ms. Johnson, did you want to pull Bravo 4? I don't have that. If so,
D, Delta 4.
all right, next person,
Yeah,
Mr.
Madam Chair,
Coffey, go ahead.
I'd like to pull 9 Bravo 6 on the addendum.
9 Bravo 6 on the addendum. All right. So my circle will now have a name. All right. Do we have any more that need to be pulled? All right. Hearing and seeing none, a motion would be in order. Move to approve. All right. The consent agenda minus those items is before us. Is there objection to approval? Seeing none, the consent agenda minus the pulled items is approved unanimously. Ms. Drummond just reminded me of appointments. I'm looking. D1 and 2. If there's anyone in the room that was just appointed to a board or commission, we would very much appreciate thanking you and meeting you. It appears, would you come forward, please? Thank you. And just introduce yourself and tell us what you're going to be doing.
My name is Lance Pruitt, and I have just been appointed to the School Budget Advisory Commission.
Very good. Thank you. Important one. We appreciate your work on that.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Anyone else? My vice chair is prompting me over here, telling me that Mr. Rada is the other one. Now, Mr. Rada just has a different position. She also prompted me to say we're going to hate to lose him from Eagle River, and my reply to her is we're not. He's doing double duty now. Right. Okay, the first item before us is 9A1. Ms. Drummond, could you make the motion to move that to later?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to address this item at the end of the meeting when the honoree and his cohort is able to attend.
Thank you. Is there objection to that? Hearing and seeing none, 9A1 is now at the end of the agenda. We're now at 9A2. Mr. Flynn?
If I can, eventually.
Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. Mr. Flynn, I understand you're reading and Ms. Gray Jackson is presenting. Ms. Moore, could you come forward, please?
Only if we could convince the shy Miss Moore to come down to the podium.
She is approaching.
Excellent. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Dan Sullivan recognizing and honoring Denise Y. Moore for her 22 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage and as Senior Office Associate for the Heritage Land Bank. Whereas Denise Moore began working for the municipality of Anchorage on August 3, 1987 as an accounting clerk 1 in the Financial Information Systems Department, and whereas over the intervening years Denise Moore became an account clerk 2, worked in the Finance Department's Treasury and Delinquent Collections section, and in March 2001 became an office associate for the Heritage Land Bank, and whereas in 2004 Denise Moore became a senior office associate who ably and professionally supported staff on many projects for both the Heritage Land Bank and real estate services. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly proudly recognizes and honors Denise Y. Moore for her 22 years of services to the community and the municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this day in 2009.
Thank you.
That's it. That's a long time. Do you want to say anything to us?
Well, what I would like to say is that these 22 years, I feel like municipality has been a very good employer. They have allowed me to learn a lot of good things. I've had some very wonderful bosses, and I just want to say thank you.
Well, that's nice to hear. Thank you, and best to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Move to approve 983.
Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. Mr. Gutierrez, I understand you're reading, and I'd like to ask Mr. Stewart to come down.
Madam Chair, Mr. Birch is presenting.
Oh, Mr. Birch is presenting. Thank you.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Dan Sullivan recognizing and honoring Greg A. Stewart for his 35 years of service to the community as a police employee at the Anchorage Police Department. Whereas Greg A. Stewart began working for the municipality of Anchorage Police Department in the property section as a cadet March 11, 1974, and whereas Greg was promoted to the position of patrol officer in 1975, and whereas while assigned to the traffic unit, Greg became an expert for the department in vehicle collision reconstruction, both teaching in the academy and responding with the special response team to investigate fatality collisions. And whereas with Greg's strong influence, APD established a special team to respond to and investigate serious injury vehicle collisions. And whereas Greg was promoted to sergeant in 1986, serving many years as a patrol sergeant. And whereas Greg chose to retire from sworn duty to further assist the city and APD by becoming the property and evidence manager in 1998. And whereas Greg has been instrumental in establishing a level of service, security, and order to the evidence section that is envied by other units. And whereas Greg has left a legacy of competence in detailed manager's manual. And whereas Greg achieved a milestone on March 11, 2009 when he reached his 35th year of service to the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas Greg has chosen to retire and pursue other interests. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Greg A. Stewart for his achievement of 35 years of dedicated service to the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage with thanks upon his retirement.
Thank you for your service. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
For sharing him. Thank you. I like your detailed manager's. Well, thank you very much. I did not expect to see everything in this, but working for the municipality has been a very, very great experience, very diversified group of opportunities I've been exposed to, and I really appreciate it. I've got to work with people like Bart and over at the fire department, and also Pete Raskins over in internal audit, and a host of other people in legal, including Rhonda and Joshua Freeman. And I understand an ordinance that I've been working with everybody on in the last 4 years is going to be introduced tonight. I was very surprised about that. 7.25, which has a lot to do with my life as the evidence manager. So, but I appreciate all of the people that work with me and all the people that have been involved in either my staff or the other areas, that all the people behind the scenes that you don't get to see that make my job as the evidence manager and even as a traffic sergeant very rewarding. So I appreciate all the years and opportunities that I had, and it's a very good place to work. I hope it continues to be that way, even with the current economic downturn. But thank you very much for this presentation. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a second. We have some comments. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Greg. I worked with Greg many years ago when I was staff for the Assembly, I worked with him on the evidence ordinance, and I really enjoyed that. And we've been in many classes together, Greg, and you were even kind enough to take me on a tour of the evidence room, and I really enjoyed that. And I was really happy to see you this evening. And I'll tell you, retirement is really good because you look about 10 years younger than the last time I saw you. So congratulations, Guy.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for a career of serving the citizens of Anchorage. But on a lighter note, in all your years in the evidence room, what's the weirdest single thing you've seen go through there?
Well.
That you can mention in public.
Most of the stuff really can't comment on, but there's been some strange things, yes. So the most current one would be an outhouse, I guess.
Whoa.
An entire outhouse?
Yes, sir. The entire outhouse.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Birch.
I was just going to say that with a family member involved with the district attorney's office, I have a newfound appreciation for the importance of the evidence retention and chain of evidence and keeping track of that. And I hope you've got a good, highly qualified, skilled replacement coming in behind you in that position. So
I hope so. It's a formidable job.
Yep.
So.
Mr. Klayman.
It's usually the stuff of movies that we see on TV or in 60 Minutes and stuff about police evidence facilities that seem to have had mistakes, and it's a real compliment to the great work you've done over many years that we never make it on 60 Minutes and we never make it in the movies because you've done such a terrific job. And it is a real credit both to the police department and the whole prosecutorial function and the way our criminal justice system works that I think people on all sides of the criminal justice system know once evidence gets into your locker, nothing's going to happen to it. So,
well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Hopefully it'll continue to stay off of 60 Minutes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, thank you. On behalf of the administration and on behalf of the many administrations you've served under, we just want to thank you for your good and loyal service to the municipality of Anchorage. Thanks.
Thank you. I started with your dad.
Thank you very much
Thank
again.
You.
Mr. Coffey, you have A4?
9A4, is that the one you wanted to put off till the middle of?
No.
Okay. Madam Chair, move to approve item 9A4.
Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that item is approved. And Mr. Coffey's going to read,
yes,
and Mr. Starr will present. Could Ms. Rodriguez come forward, please? Is she here? There she is.
There we are. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Dan Sullivan recognizing and honoring Linda Rodriguez for her 26 years of service to the community as a police dispatcher at the Anchorage Police Department. Whereas Linda Rodriguez began working for the Municipality of Anchorage Police Department Emergency Communications Center, also known as Dispatch, in November of 1983 and has served the citizens of the municipality for the last 26 years. And whereas Linda has consistently received outstanding performance evaluations, and whereas Linda has always been a team builder concerned with building team spirit and improving morale in a dark and pressure-filled high-stress work environment where the days are long and the pace is frenetic, and whereas in 2001 Linda received a Chief's Letter of Recognition for coming to the aid of an injured coworker, and whereas in 2002 Linda earned a Letter of Appreciation for her assistance during a large downtown condominium fire, and whereas Linda has been recognized for excellent leadership, and whereas Linda has been active in the National Emergency Communication Organizations, and whereas Linda has chaired the Employee Recognition Board of the Anchorage Police Department for the last several years, bringing much needed and often overlooked recognition to her co-workers, and whereas Linda has been deeply involved with organizing statewide conferences that bring representatives from communication centers all around to Anchorage in order to brainstorm and share knowledge, and whereas Linda has served as a supervisor in the Emergency Communications Center since January 2003, and whereas Linda has participated in the Anchorage Police Department's crisis intervention team from its inception, delivering much-needed assistance to those in crisis and suffering from mental illness and has been recognized for her involvement. And whereas in 2008, Linda received another Chief's Letter of Recommendation for her initiative, commitment, and dedication to the Anchorage Police Department for creating a forum that brought the Department, assisted living homes, and state agencies together for the purpose of oversight of these care facilities. And whereas Linda has always been a bridge builder, reaching out to other agencies and offering assistance and opening channels of communication. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Linda Rodriguez for her achievement of 26 years of dedicated and continuing service to the Anchorage Police Department and the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved this 15th day of September 2009.
I'd like to say thank you, and it's been a fantastic career. Thoroughly enjoyed my time at APD, and I want you to know that you have a great group of men and women working in the Communications Center. They make a difference every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vital, vital job. Thank you so much for doing it. That's to you. All right, we are now at 9B3. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Starr and I both communicated with the administration about this. We had a couple of questions, and I think his were answered, and I had one that I didn't quite manage to chase down, which was, if you look on page, I think it's on the AM, we refer to a state grant in an amount of $39,000 to do this work. And I just would like to hear a little clarification on what kind of state grant this is. Is it an earmark by the legislature to address this issue? Is it from a larger pool that we then allocate throughout the area? If you could help me understand that, I'd really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, it was a grant that was given to us by the state. It required a 50-50 match, and it was for area-wide drainage. And there was more than that amount in there. We allocated that amount for this particular problem. It was $2 million total grant.
Okay. And do we have any particular process for picking where those what projects those dollars go to, or is it just sort of as things pop up with it, the criteria?
We have some areas that we already have a list for drainage problems that we need to fix, and then as things pop up, we use it for that as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is there any other discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. The next item before us would be on the addendum. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9B6.
Yes.
Move to approve.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. My question was this. I read this and I thought, well, everything that's in here is already required by either the charter or by ordinance. And so I thought, what's the purpose of requiring something to be done which is already required to be done?
Okay.
Well, and I understand, okay, so it's to set a date for public hearing. My understanding is when the thing is submitted to us, we set a date for public hearing. That's what we've always done in the past. So, again, I didn't know the necessity of it, and I couldn't understand it if it was just for setting a public hearing that we set those when the document's delivered to us. So I didn't know the necessity of that as well. But apparently we now are going to have a public hearing on the 13th of October, though the whole purpose of the thing was to get a public hearing. That's all I needed to know.
Dr. Sokring?
Actually, there's two purposes. One is that this is different than the budget. It's a 6-year program, and I'm not at all critical for the administration not having a 6-year program rolled out, because I don't think there's historically that we have particularly done this. We haven't really, and particularly one that deals with public services. I mean, we do an annual budget, but I think this discussion of what our goals are or what our agenda is or what those core issues are for 6 years is, at least to the best of my knowledge, we don't have a 6-year program in front of us. And if we do, all the better, because I think in a time when we are particularly tight for money, it's perfectly reasonable to be talking about what are our priorities over 6 years, and how do we negotiate securing the things that we want to secure and moving forward in the areas we want to move forward in the light of having less money. And I just think understanding where we're going and what our priorities are while we have to make these hard choices will help. And the charter asks first for the plan or the program, and second for a public hearing on it, which automatically engages the public in a discussion about what are our priorities. And I was surprised actually to find out that it is just not a capital program. We're talking about services. And since we began this discussion on the budget, I've raised this issue about how do we focus on what it is that we want to secure, because we've been focusing on cuts and also the secondary impacts of cuts. And as I looked at this, I just want to share some thoughts with you. An example is Mr. Clayman mentioned the pools. Well, you know, the pools have been seen as kind of an extra, but when you realize that we have children that are in the 27% of our children in Alaska, I'm thinking Anchorage, we got really bad numbers too, are obese, the issue of after-school recreation might be a higher priority depending on what our community priorities are. So we might be less reluctant to, more reluctant to cut that if in fact we realize that one of our 6-year goals is healthy kids are in the program. Another is, I've heard the suggestion of cutting flowers downtown. Well, that sounds like a good way of saving money, but we also have a commitment to downtown viability and tourism. So understanding what our real goals are and then beginning to look at these specific cuts in the light of securing those goals and the impact on those goals across the board, I think will result in a better outcome for the community. And then the last one that comes to mind is, you know, we every year seem to struggle for money for after-school programs, and just recently I've gotten numbers on arsons that happen after school. I mean, not fires started by young people. They assume, I think 14 out of 17 last month were from kids. That has a direct relationship to public safety. So the reason I think we need to talk about it is that I think we have to be really smart as a community, and we have to work with the administration around the areas that this administration thinks are important. And it also gives us an opportunity for us to share what we think is important and for the public to weigh in on what's been identified as important. So, and it's basically required in the charter. So it seems to me it's worth doing. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Ms. Selkirk for bringing forward this resolution. But just a little bit of history. This 6-year plan has been presented to different assemblies during the budget process time, and Ms. Frascas probably remembers it was called fiscal trends. And I'm just looking forward to receiving that document again under this administration and having a public hearing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Coffey?
Well, it's nice to confirm the wisdom of those who were on this body before us that have set all this up in code and in the charter, and now we'll go do it. I guess we're going to do it on the 13th.
And Ms. Selkirk,
I just think it's worth, a lot of times, at least from my experience, we talk about capital improvements, and so I think the critical thing that I noticed that would be helpful for me is to talk about public services in terms of you know, that program where we hope to move over a 6-year period. And so, anyhow, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm not going to be critical if this program doesn't look like what I imagined. I think it's a way of talking about what's important together, and that's the intent. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As was noted, this is required in the charter, so we're certainly compelled and looking forward to presenting that document to the Assembly. Just so the body remembers, over the last few years of the previous administration, it's been a one-page document, and I think we'll do a little bit better than that.
Okay. My question, Mr. Sullivan, is will it be ready for us to have a chance to look at it prior to the 13th?
The only concern we have, Madam Chair, is getting it to the Planning and Zoning Commission in a timely manner. In fact, I see Mr. Jones nodding his head here. Their docket does not include us yet, and I don't think they meet again until, what is that date, Greg? I'm sorry. Or Mary Jerry's still here?
I'm not sure the date that they meet.
Yeah, I think it's after that date. So we may ask the body's indulgence, or just let us confer just for a second about moving the public hearing date to the 27th. And that way, Planning and Zoning will definitely have a chance to weigh in. And I know Ms. Selcraig wanted, as the charter requires, that they have input on it. So.
Okay. I know Mr. Weaver's in the back. I assume Mr. Coffey just went to get him.
Yep, I think so.
All right.
But Ms. Selcraig, would the 27th be?
Well, the date that, according to the charter, we should be getting it on October 1st, right? I understand, and I'm not out to make this impossible. And so I picked the date based on your sequence of events in terms of your schedule. And all I think is important is that we have that hearing before we deliberate on the budget. And as long as that's the case, as long as we have an opportunity to have that hearing and have some discussion, and maybe even a work session with you on it before we deliberate on the budget, then I'm perfectly happy with that. And so we'll just talk about the schedule and make it work. Thank you.
All right. So was the culmination of that this date is okay, or do we know?
Well, it looks like Planning and Zoning meets next week, but again, they've got a full docket already. So we try and make the following meeting, which would mean the public hearing on the 27th would work better. And as Ms. Selcraig said, it'll be submitted to the Assembly, by the 1st. So you'll have an opportunity to review it.
So I guess,
Dr. Selcraig?
So when will we be receiving the budget?
The 1st.
The 1st. So, and then when would you expect us to be in deliberation regarding the budget?
Oh, there's set dates in the schedule. I'm
a little concerned. I think when I looked at the schedule, the only way to actually have the hearing prior to your schedule was to hold it on the date in the ordinance. And so I'm wondering if there's a possibility that, in the resolution, I'm wondering if Planning and Zoning doesn't have to have a public hearing on this. They just have to deliberate. So maybe they could have a special meeting or the public hearing, there's only one public hearing required, and that's before us. So it would be helpful maybe, Mr. Jones, if you could explore that. And then if we need to move this, we can move it on the 15th.
Mr. Weaver's here, and he can address that.
So could we maybe do one more item and then come back to this to set the date? Would that be okay to give them time to confer? Okay. I just don't want to hold us up while we...
Well, Mr. Weaver's here.
All right. It'll be immediate then. Yeah. I'll wait. All right, Mr. Klayman.
I just want to note in terms of this, another topic in terms of budget, I think we're required to have 2 public hearings on the budget before it can be approved, and so if it's not being introduced till October 1st, the earliest we could act on the budget is October 27th, but historically it'll probably take a little longer than that.
Right. Thank you. Just a minute. The clerk is showing me that the first public hearing is scheduled on October 27th. And the second public hearing is scheduled on November 3rd. All right? And then action on what date? The 17th of November. Okay, Mr. Coffey?
Well, I just note last year we passed the budget on November 25th, so assuming we get all of this information, we'll have 2 months of work we can do on it, and I think that will be, I think that's probably enough time, probably more than enough time. We'll get all our questions answered. So I don't know why the public hearing on this couldn't coincide with the public hearing on the first public hearing on the budget as well, if it accommodates P&Z. Thank you.
All right. I'm looking at the mayor. Mr. Mayor, do we have a date?
Yes, the 13th is fine.
13th is fine, which is the date in the AR, so we're okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is unanimously accepted. Thank you. Approved. Excuse me. We are now at 9 Delta 3. Mr. Klayman?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Klayman?
I pulled this simply because when I looked at the schedule for January and February, we have 2 meetings scheduled right after 3-day weekends. I know from looking at the calendar that there's no way to avoid having that meeting on January 19th, but I think just in terms of public participation and work session scheduling and assembly members' attendance, I think it would be wise to actually have that meeting on the 23rd rather than the 16th. So I'll make a motion
20 what?
to move the February meeting from February 16 to February 23rd. It avoids the President's Day weekend. Move from the meeting is on February 16th. So it would move the meeting from February 16th to February 23rd.
So the reference to January, if I could, point of order, Madam Chair?
The reference to January, Mr. Coffey, it's a good question. It's that the reason I'm saying we should move one of the two in January or February is because there's two that follow federal holidays. We should try to move at least one of them away from the federal holiday.
I understand.
I don't think we can move the January one because of subsequent deadlines, so February becomes the default one to move.
I understand.
That's the motion, is to move the February meeting back 1 week.
You mean up 1 week?
Looks like it fails for lack of a...
That's what it
So that's
appears.
up.
Oh,
So it's up 1 week.
my motion is move it to the 23rd.
I'll second.
Okay, so now that's before us. Before we have debate, I'd like to tell you the parameters that I discussed with Barbara on this. Obviously, it was to avoid important dates, to hit the dates we had to meet. And then I gave her a strong preference to do everything she could when she developed this to avoid back-to-back meetings.
Thank you.
Now, if you look at this, we certainly didn't succeed. However, we did our best. We did our best. I would like to show you that if you do approve this and move the February 16th down to the 23rd, you'll add another back-to-back meeting. And what happens when we have those is we get balled up afterwards with a lot of regular business that comes on the next agenda. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion. Dr. Selcraig, you're first.
I guess, actually, I'm comfortable with this agenda like it is, our schedule like it is, but I had a question, and I wondered if we were going to change anything. Why aren't we changing the 19th to the 25th? Does that have to do with the approval of?
It's required to have a meeting on the 19th for ballot proposition.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Coffey, you're next.
What we've done, if we do this, is then March 2nd, we have 2 meetings in a row.
Right.
So
I say no.
I fully recognize it's an imperfect world.
And it's an absolutely imperfect calendar. We tried to do the best we could. All right. Mr. Gutierrez, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not a big deal to me. I'm flexible and will do what the body wishes, but if we maintain that meeting on the 16th, I will be unavailable. That's one of the dates of the Winter Olympics in Vancouver, and my wife and I will be attending that.
Okay.
Watching some of our Alaskan athletes.
All right. All right. Seeing no further discussion, maybe I should put this up on the board. It looks like there might be a divided body on it. The motion is to move the February 16th meeting to February 23rd. So if you want to do that, vote yes. Are all votes in?
Mr. Flynn?
That looks like that's a 5 yes and a 6 no, and so it fails. Close one, though. Is there any further
Thank you, Madam Chair.
discussion or debate?
I'd just add that for our friends in the Fourth Estate in the back room, they can say that a deeply divided assembly.
A deeply divided assembly, right.
And I would just note, if Mr. Gutierrez is going to be at the Olympics, I hope he brings back pictures for us to enjoy, since the rest of us won't be there.
From the gold medal hockey game, Mr. Klayman.
Indeed. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to approval?
Question, Madam Chair. What's the date of certification of the April election, the 20th or the 13th?
The middle date.
Just a moment.
20th, I believe.
The 20th.
Yeah,
But
April
I wanted to
20th.
be sure.
It is the 20th according to our clerk.
And we're hoping
Thank
that's a short meeting.
So that's why the 3 in the
Real
row
short
there.
for me.
Mr. Coffey is counting down. All right. That item then is approved unanimously. The next item before us is on 9 Delta 4. Ms. Drummond.
Move to approve.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not able to do this stuff here. Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you. There's nothing to get excited about here. I have a very minor amendment that confirms this gentleman, the applicant, is the same person who sought a transfer of a liquor license that was protested during the summer. We had subsequent meetings with him and his attorney at the Public Safety Committee meeting, and subsequently approved his transfer of liquor license because he came before us and swore up and down that he would not be operating this liquor license. However, I do have an amendment, Madam Chair, to line 36. Let me pass these out.
Madam Chair, while that's happening, point of order, if I might.
State your point.
If you recall when this matter, when this gentleman was before
Mr.
us on
Coffey, you have a conflict of interest on
well,
that.
I don't have anything to do with this license.
Oh, well, then I apologize.
Well, no, I don't have any financial interest, but I just wanted to make a disclosure. This license is owned by the same miscreant who owned the license that I have an interest in. And at one point in time, the people who are opposed to Mr. Thacker, and they'll have to take that up at the ABC board, there's no doubt about that, but at one time I learned that Mr. Ernhoff, I am of counsel at his law firm, as we all know, Mr. Ernhoff represented that gentleman, it's Mr. Jimmy Wong, who was the landlord in the situation. And so while it's of never mind to me, I thought I would advise the body so you can decide if I have a conflict in this matter.
All right, let's go through our litany of questions here.
Yes, ma'am.
So basically, am I correct that you state you have no financial interest in
this?
this?
That is correct.
All right. And with your relationship with your, not partner, I keep forgetting the correct terminology for the other attorney that you work with, do you have a private interest in the matter that would make it difficult for you to act in the public interest?
Well, if this is a private interest, I will disclose it. I've known the applicant, over many, many years. I know circumstances relative to this matter, again, which I indicate will need to be resolved at the ABC board and not at this body. Were it put to me, I wouldn't approve a single transfer based on knowledge I've acquired over time. So if that knowledge acquisition constitutes a private interest that precludes me from voting, I have one. If it doesn't, then I don't.
Okay. Now, the third question is, do you believe that if you participated in this matter, it would create a loss of public trust in this body?
I think it might increase it.
All right. I'm going to rule that general knowledge or even specific knowledge of an applicant does not necessarily constitute a private interest that would excuse a member from voting. We all have our experiences in this small town where we have detailed knowledge of particular instances. So at this point, I'm going to rule that Mr. Coffey should participate in this matter, and he does not have a conflict of interest. All right. Going back to Ms. Drummond, does everyone now have the items she passed out? All right. Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll read it into the record. At line 36 on the face page of this memorandum, the sentence that ends in that line 36 will read, "The establishment named above, with the condition that neither 222 Incorporated nor Laverne Thacker will operate an establishment under license number 4367.
All right. Speaking to that amendment, Mr. Gutierrez?
A question for Mr. Drummond. Please refresh my memory. Is this language consistent with the restriction we put on this particular applicant with the last issue?
We didn't actually make an amendment to it in the same way, but what we did have was a public hearing because of our protest, and the applicant and his attorney came before us and said essentially the same thing into the record. So I didn't think that was necessary. Since this is not a public hearing item, I do, however, note that the attorney and the applicant are both present in the audience if anyone has any questions. of them.
Thank you.
And Dr. Selkrig?
I'm going to support this amendment. I was reluctant about this item, and this amendment actually, I think, strengthens the whole process. And so I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection to the amendment is incorporated. We're now at the main matter. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely support this. I think it should be noted that Mr. Thacker and his counsel have been very forthright, very helpful, and cooperative through this process. I believe that they've been very upfront with us about what Mr. Thacker's plans are, and I support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there Mr. Coffey?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if we were to protest, we would have to state reasons that were neither arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. And while I know many things, I know that these will come out at the ABC board when he brings that license application to them. Therefore, I don't think there is grounds that have been presented to us for a protest that would not be found to be arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. I will therefore vote to allow this, not protest this transfer, knowing full well that these matters will come out at the ABC board where they are far better equipped to do it. And so had I any reason, other than once Ms. Drummond's amendment passed, had I any reason that would have been that operational concern, but that's been addressed, so let it go forward to there, and then we'll get it resolved at that level. And I'm confident the wisdom of the ABC board will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to approval of this matter as amended? Seeing no objection, that matter is approved unanimously.
Madam Chair?
Dr. Selkrig.
Point of personal privilege. I've just noticed it seems that from time to time our minutes have been kind of encapsulated and not really precise in terms of what we're saying. And it seems to me, on this topic that was just presented by Mr. Coffey, I think that there are cases where it needs to be pretty clear what you said in terms of, because there's a possibility that someone at some point is going to want to review the record, and I just want to make sure the record reflects not just kind of a yay or a nay or for it, but more verbatim.
What?
Just a minute. Do you want to be more specific?
Yeah.
Mr. Coffey, would you like to be more specific on what should be included?
What should be?
I don't. I think he said it, but I've just noticed in reading the minutes that there's some summary going on, and I think it's important, particularly in situations where we can eventually have some sort of legal problems, to be as specific as possible in terms of quoting what's said. So that's all. It's just a note to that.
That comment engendered 3 comments. Mr. Coffey, you're first.
There's a verbatim record of what I said. The minutes are not a verbatim record. It's recorded. It is absolutely to the comma, the period, the paragraph, and the semicolon transcribable and available to anybody who wants it.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Birch.
I would echo that. I kind of went through this at Chugach Electric after 10 years on the board there, and we have an excellent record. The minutes are superbly done. They do capture the essence of the meeting, and as Mr. Coffey has pointed out, the video and the verbal and audio record that's available to the public on our website is a superb verbatim record, and I just want to voice my support for the minutes process that the clerk has underway right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, does this mean we need to enunciate our semicolons? Is that what I heard?
Mr. Flynn.
Sorry.
Okay. At this point, is there any objection to approval of this matter as amended? Seeing none, that matter is approved. Thank you. All right. And I was reminded that I've asked that just a moment ago. I apologize. All right. The next item before us is an informational report, 9E2.
Move to accept.
At this point, I would like Ms. Burke to come forward. It's been a pleasure to meet with her the last several weeks to talk about some of her work and some of her efforts. And I know you have a written report, but she's here to flesh it in more thoroughly. Go ahead, Ms. Burke.
Thank you very much. Again, it's a pleasure to be here, and I hope you've had a chance to read the report. I'm not going to bore you to death with numbers and percentages, but let me just say this. We are continuing to settle most appeals before they ever come to us. Now, how does that happen? It's simple. The appraisers meet with the individuals at the counter and go over and spend quite a bit of time going over what the issue is and coming to a resolution. So as long as we can keep resolving 73% before it comes to us, we can manage. Of the appeals that came to us this year, we heard 287 appeals. Of those appeals, 96 of them their property values were reduced. There were no increases this year, and I know you find that hard to believe, but occasionally there are increases in value when it is clear to us we are required by law to increase the value. This is all done with 13 people, 13 volunteers who put in a tremendous amount of time and effort to prepare for these appeals. We are extremely fortunate in that we have a number of different backgrounds of our board members. This makes the process so much smoother and so much more effective because we deliberately set the panels up so we have a mix of disciplines. For example, we would never have, and I know some attorney here is going to get mad at me, but we'd never put 3 attorneys on a panel. We'd never get it finished. But what we try to do is have a real estate person, an attorney, and a mortgage person, for example. We also have engineers, which is invaluable to us because so many of the appeals have to do with land and boundaries and restrictions. These 13 people work hard, and I would like to just say on the record I am extremely grateful to the hard work they put in on this matter. The code gives me as the chair an opportunity to share with you things that we as a board feel would be helpful. What we have done, especially this past year, is try to collect people's perception about our job and what we do. One of the things that's come out of this is that most people don't have a clue how the taxing system works. They don't have a clue about their rights. They don't have a clue about their responsibilities. So to try to at least get started on some sort of educational program, we met with a group of realtors at their request to present to them brief descriptions of how this process works. Also, what authority we have and what authority we don't have. A lot of people think we can almost move mountains. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And we found that the people who are in the business of selling and purchasing property don't know how this works. And unfortunately, the instinct of most people when they are really upset about their assessed value is to call their real estate agent. And so what should I do about this? Well, if the real estate agent doesn't know, we're just going to have misinformation circulating more and more. Your chair has given us information that we found very valuable that she received from the Ombudsman. had to do with our forms, comments on our forms, things that we now are addressing. We can easily change the format of a form if it helps people understand what's going on. A common question that comes up is, when do I have to get my evidence in? Well, it states on the form within 45 days of the green card, but that's missed quite often and misunderstood. So we're going to work on making that clear. A lot of people also feel that they could do the Perry Mason moment, and I hope everyone is old enough to remember Perry Mason, of walking into the appeal and throwing the evidence on the table and, aha, I win. It doesn't work that way. We are not a judge. We are quasi-judicial. We have very strict rules that we have to go by, and one of them is that both sides gets to see all the evidence before they come to us. That's only fair. Well, if the appellant doesn't know that the municipality has a right to see something, and we as a board say, municipality, do you have any objection to this information being submitted at this point? And they say, yes, we do. You have a very angry appellant. The reason they objected is they haven't had a chance to find out what it says. Sometimes it's brief enough that they can thumb through it and get an idea. They realize it's not going to have an adverse effect on what the appellant's already presented. The story hasn't changed. We want to continue this. We want to work on educating the people of Anchorage, not just real estate people, but that's going to be our first audience. But we would even like to hold sessions where it's open to the public. Now, I realize that could be opening a huge can of worms. But to the extent we can help people understand it, we can be more efficient. We have been extremely fortunate in that most of our decisions, well, in fact, there have only been 8 cases referred to the Superior Court. To date, the court has never found against us. Our policies and procedures that we have developed and put in place, and our compliance with the law has been completely acceptable to the courts, and they have not been unhappy, which we consider the best judge of what kind of job we're doing. And I hope that you folks don't hear a lot of complaints, because you know you are the Board of Equalization. I know you don't want to hear that, but you've just delegated it to us. And once we make a decision, that decision is binding unless it's overturned by the Superior or Supreme Court. I'd like to answer questions if you have any.
There are several.
Okay, please.
All right, Mr. Butch is first.
I just wanted to thank you and the board for your exemplary work on this effort. And I have participated in a process where in another community where the Assembly hears the appeals, and I can assure you it is very time-consuming. And I, for one, very much appreciate your efforts, and certainly the fact that your 8 appeals to the courts have stood up is certainly a strong testament to the strength of your work and your review. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Burke. How are you?
Just fine, thank you.
Thank you and everyone else for their service. I wanted just to note this. I believe that we are in a situation in our town where the growth has leveled off and perhaps declined. I think that's absolutely reflected in the work you've done. When I see statistics like 191 upheld and 96 lowered, it indicates to me, when I recall what I saw last year and the year before, and when we were in a little better economic times, that those ratios were substantially different. I think it reflects what's happening in the market, in my judgment, and that means that your board is attuned to the concerns of the citizens, which are also reflective of the real circumstances on the ground. I would note one other thing for my fellow assembly members. The total valuation in the municipality of Anchorage declined by 3.3% from last year to this year. There's another contributing factor to our budget situation, just so, and those of you who didn't know. So I thank you, Marianne, very much. You and I worked together 3 years ago when I sat where Debbie now sits, and we fixed some problems, and it looks like it's working well, and I thank you. Thank you, Madam.
And thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marion, I want to thank you first off for reminding all of us that we are the Board of Equalization. So thank you very much for doing our job, because I would never have the time to do it. And I want to thank the rest of the members. And Mr. Coffey already talked about the statistics, which I read, and it's really interesting. It really is. And your suggestion that we work on educating the public is a very, very good one. I have a lot of constituents who really don't understand the process at all. And do you have any suggestions on how we might do this other than having the sessions open to the public? Thank you.
Well, I do think that if we contact specific groups like realtors, they all have contact with the people who are buying and selling real estate. So if we can get them tuned in to how it's really done, that's a start. And then they will share that information with more people. But I think that the process that we went through of making it a lot simpler than reading the code, just throw a code at them and say, here, this is what we do. We got down to 3 pages. One, if the court, this is what the law says we can do and what we can't do, what the courts have said about this, and how you should go about winning an appeal. Be prepared, come in, and with the information to support your case. What I'm saying here is I think a 3-page summary would be a very good way to educate some people. Some people will never read it no matter what. But I would like to see that information available to anyone who wants it, either through the assessor's office or put it on the web. The assessor's office has agreed to put it on their web. But again, how do you get people to go to the web and read it? You folks are in a great position to help us encourage them to read. I'm sure you get comments about the green cards and how much taxes are and all of this. Please help us by telling them where they can go and get more information. Long answer to a good question.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Marianne, thank you for your service, and convey that to all the board, please, on my behalf. The information campaign is something that we look forward to assisting you with, certainly through electronic communication means, and any time that in my many speaking engagements that the questions come up, I try and answer them as best I can. One that keeps coming up is the fact that if you do appeal, the $100 fee is refunded whether you win or lose, and that was an ordinance sponsored by Mr. Birch some years back, and I was pleased to co-sponsor it with him, but there's still misconceptions out there that you have to win in order to get your $100 back, and so that's one I hear all the time out there, and we're constantly correcting that. But again, thank you for your efforts, and look forward to working with you.
Well, thank you. And in fact, the only thing you really have to do to get your money back is show up.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ms. Burke. Let me echo my colleagues' appreciation for what you do. And I'm sure on our green cards next year we'll all have a website that says, go here if you want to learn about the appeals process, right? I was listening. Okay. The only question I had is, in your discussions with the real estate professionals community, have they shown any interest in perhaps having a portion of their licensure examination discuss local property tax policy assessments and review? Is there interest in that, or?
None is expressed, but I think it's a great idea. Never having sat for the exam, I don't know, it may have something in there. But based on the comments and the questions we got, I don't think it does have anything in there.
Okay, because my understanding is it's a state examination. There's a state board of realtors or whatever they call it, and so that might be something that we, Mr. Coffey and I, add to our list of things to put on our legislative agenda that we'd like the state to look at, maybe adding that requirement for those sitting for realtor certification. Thank you, Ms. Burke.
If I could interject, Ms. Burke and I did talk about appraisers. Do you want to share that discussion, some of the concern with appraisals that you've gotten?
Yes. In the past, a lot of elected officials have said, if you disagree with it, get an appraisal, bring it in, and we'll change it. Well, that's assuming the appraisals are valid, performed by knowledgeable people, and in accordance with rules and regulations. That has not been the case. We have seen appraisals that you would think the individual would be ashamed to bring them forward. We had one woman come in with an appraisal that she signed under penalty of perjury that she had no financial interest in the property, but it was her property she was appealing. And she didn't find anything wrong with that. There has been some national, as a result of the financial situation we're facing all over the country, some national rules put in place that should help a great deal, but unfortunately, some of them are having an opposite effect. Basically, the bank can't tell the appraiser, we need an appraisal of this amount. The agent that's selling the property can't go through and pick their favorite appraiser to get what they want. None of this appraised to a set number. And the obvious ones that you shouldn't have any financial interest in doing the property. Now, unfortunately, because of a number of factors, not the least of which is we're a small community, some of these appraisals are being done on the East Coast. And you can imagine how relevant they are to Anchorage. This is going to create more problems for us because there will be times when we'll have to say, this is not relevant. And the appellant is going to say, but I paid $650 to get it, and it's signed by an appraiser. And then we're in a very difficult situation of having to say, but it's not worth the paper it's written on.
Thank you. Mr. Clayman.
Thank you. I also wanted to thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
I can't tell you the number of times people want to suggest that they don't get treated fairly if they want to protest their property taxes, and I very much understand that your board serves a crucial role in essentially doing the Assembly's work, and that when I've talked occasionally with people about possibly appointing them to that board, when I describe the workload that you all undertake, interest fades, which I'm sorry that there aren't more people wanting to spend the time, but it also is a reminder of the incredible amounts of time, and that the people on the Equalization Board during the spring really have to commit about 3 months of time on evenings and weekends to really spend time dedicating to providing the public with exactly what our system of law requires, which is notice and an opportunity to be heard. It doesn't mean they always get to win, but they do get the opportunity to be heard. The one thing I will add and suggest that the Assembly look at and also that the Mayor look at for purposes of getting information out after we kind of get the 3-page summary of the issues. I actually think for public information, we probably, for not a particularly high price, maybe work with Career Center or somebody, but produce a relatively low budget 5 to 10 minute video that talks some of those things through. We could have people like yourself from the Board of Adjustment speaking. We could have Mr. Coffey or others very knowledgeable about property issues that appear on it and talk about it. We could put a couple of people in showing the process of going through so that somebody could go online on our municipal website or even on YouTube and get information on what does it take to go through a property appeal. And so not only can we direct people to the papers, but if they don't want to watch the paper, they can watch a movie, which I think may actually help get the message out to the public that we really do have a process that works, that people are treated fairly, and that if you really want to protest, don't just walk in thinking that they know everything, that you really have to show the board that they have the information and convince the board. And if they do that job well, they may see a change in their property value.
We would love to have something like that. And I have been warned by the chair, don't volunteer for too much because you might be taken up on it.
I would certainly be happy to work with you to try to push the video option forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's obviously been of high interest to us.
Thank you very much. And let's all keep our fingers crossed it'll be a good year next year.
Thank you. Is there objection to accepting the report? Seeing none, the report is accepted unanimously. The next item, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Move to accept 9E3 AM 90 2009. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Coffey, go ahead.
Well, the reason that I pulled this is I've got a bone in my throat that is bugging me, and I thought I'd share it with you. The Regulatory Commission of Alaska has duties and responsibilities to the consumers of the regulated utilities, electric and gas. Now, the Attorney General's office has an outfit called RAPA that comes down there and has an identical duty, which is supposedly some sort of consumer protection. And what they have done is contributed mightily to the gas crisis through their arguments and their positions that they've taken. And I note here, and the reason I brought it to all of your attention is because I note they're deep in our business as well. The Regulatory Commission of Alaska needs its own counsel and its own staff. In my judgment, it doesn't need RAPA on the outside looking in. And as Mr. Flynn was kind to suggest to me about a legislative matter, this might be one that we might want to suggest back to the legislature as something that they ought to do. It's just duplication. It's another voice of many that doesn't seem to have a real understanding of those things that are necessary and appropriate. So I've said that. Now everybody knows how I feel about it, and that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
This may be available just in the conversation with Mr. Coffey, but I had notes along the same line as Mr. Coffey, and I'm particularly interested in why they're suggesting the things they're suggesting and what the impact is, what those suggestions mean to our ratepayers. And it just seems to me there isn't a lot of sense or clarity behind the things that they're doing. Also, the whole issue of just the expense of their money and our money for them to be involved in this process. The state money as well as the municipal money is expensive. So I would like a little explanation of kind of why this is happening, not only that they shouldn't be doing it, but so that we can push back. Thank you.
Are you asking for that now? Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there any further, seeing no further discussion, is there objection to acceptance of this report? Seeing none, the report is accepted unanimously. All right. The next item before us, for introduction, there was F. I apologize. Mr. Coffey, do you want to move E7? Second. It has been heard. Mr. Coffey, go ahead. Turn on your mic, sir.
His last name, Baker. He appears at the top of the list, and his annual salary is 0. And yeah. My purpose in pulling this is not to embarrass him, but to thank him.
Absolutely.
He volunteered his services through the rest of this year to help Mr. Mayor Sullivan get going, and he's doing it for no compensation, as you see. And I think that is very, very much something we should all acknowledge and appreciate. And I personally do that, and I wanted to say it. I've said it to him privately, and I wanted to say it publicly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
A number of Assembly members noted that and wanted to echo that thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Same topic, Madam Chair. The only thing I'd add is I sure hope he's not negotiating on behalf of the Assembly or the city.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Dr. Selcraig?
I just want to note that you hardly ever see public service at that level. I mean, it's, I'm really appreciative. I think we're really lucky to have you. I think that what you're bringing is clearly motivated by public service, and I was just completely impressed. I assumed you were making the big bucks, so I really appreciate the work, and I know the whole body does and the community does. Thank you very much.
Even Erskine Bowles charged $1.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On a different subject, I would note that on line 16, probably doesn't need to be amended, but just kind of wanted to rub it into the administration a little bit that we stole Ms. Duke back. So just a little ha-ha at you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Starr?
Well, back to Mr. Baker, I think it embodies why us as body also serves, is we think we bring our skills to the table. And I will say that every time I've engaged Mr. Baker, it's been at a very high level of discussion, a very high level of knowledge, and that is hugely invaluable as your time that you contribute to that. And I look forward to doing more of that, because it's hugely valuable to have somebody that knows the workings and has seen us from the outside looking in, and now you're helping. And I'm doing a poor job of saying that, but wandering the halls and engaging us and moving public issues, important public issues at the level that you do is a huge compliment. And I've been impressed from the beginning to see a salary of $0, which is surprising, but not really. I don't think a lot of us are in it for the money. I think a lot of us are in for a better community, and this is examples of that. And I am hugely thankful for your contribution and look forward to more engagement of difficult tasks through the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Baker was one of the 42 Assembly members that I worked with, and you may not know this, Larry, but you were one of my favorites. And when I saw you back, I was pretty pleased. And now that I see you back with no compensation, hey, that's all right. Welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have our respect, Ms. Baker. All right. Is there any other discussion on this matter? Is there any objection to approval? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is accepted unanimously. All right. Now we're at the items for introduction. And Mr. Coffey had pulled F12.
Move to introduce. Third, please.
Third.
Thank you.
And
Madam Chair, the reason I brought it forward, it's a drum I've been beating.
Just a minute. I'm sorry. Mr. Clayman, were you the third?
I think I was the third.
Dr. Selcraig was the third? Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
All right. Ready?
We got it set.
It's a drum I beat in the past. I'm going to beat it again because I'm fearful of what it is. If you look on page 1 of the AM 506-2009, if you look at lines 34 and 35, you see the straight-time labor cost of this grant is $1,473,448. Immediately below that are the benefits associated with those wages, $1,067,203. Benefits are 72% of wages. I've said it before, I'll say it again, we cannot continue at this level. It won't sustain itself. And I've said it, the private sector, 35%, and those are generous benefits. Many are not at that level. And this is a grant, so it's, kind of free money. But it's indicative of a problem we're going to have to deal with at some time, folks. I don't know when, but sometime before the taxpayers pass Proposition 13 Alaska style. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this up, Mr. Coffey. I've been thinking a lot about benefits in the last few weeks as the entire country has been having a conversation about health benefits. And I took a look at the chart of health benefits, comparative health benefits for the municipality, which has its own page in the budget document. And I believe the health benefits range from approximately $1,100 a month to $1,600 a month per employee. $1,600 a month just for benefits. That is a paycheck for a lot of people just for the benefits. And I found myself thinking, after 9 years on the school board, of being much more active in the negotiating process than the assembly is, and having a lot of thoughts during that time about how all of this works and how it's perceived and how to reduce costs. I think the public option for health care is staring us all right in the face. There are millions of public employees in this country, thousands of them in this state, all of whose benefits are paid for by all of us taxpayers. There must be a way to get all those employees into a single insurance plan. It is ludicrous to be negotiating with 7 or 8 different insurance plans, a number over at the school district, for 8,000 employees to have 15 different plans and 15 different levels of coverage. I can guarantee you that the state with 20,000 employees gets a much better rate than the municipality does. I haven't looked at that lately, but it hasn't been offered to me either. Let's put our heads together and figure out how to get our costs down by consolidating some of these groups. I know the police and the firefighters are higher utilizers, and therefore their health benefit costs are significantly higher than, say, the clerical ranks. But there's got to be a way for us to save money other than dividing and conquering into thousands of separate contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind the body, all we're talking about is introduction right now, though this is a tempting topic to get into. Mr. Klayman.
With respect to the chair's suggestion, I'll hold my comments till the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. You're much appreciated. All right. I'd like to note that the public hearing date is set for our next meeting on the 26th. All right. Moving onward. Should we take a break now? All right, I think at this point I'm going to call for the dinner break. We'll be gone for about 20 minutes, and we'll come back with old business. Thank you very much.
Never gone 20 minutes. Gone for half an hour.
I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. We are now on our agenda under old business. 11A. This is AM 477. This was postponed to permit a 10-day public comment period, but there is no motion pending.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Go ahead, Mr. Klayman.
My understanding as we sit here today, there's actually not only this position, but a second position, Mr. Earnhardt's position on the Urban Design Commission, that still needs to be filled. And based on a second appointment being available, I'm going to support this. My concern with the Urban Design Commission is that one of the things that we have really struggled with is to try to get increased diversity on this commission. There was a proposed appointment that I had made of a young native engineer who works at UAA in the native engineering program who was not approved by this body at the request of then Mayor-elect Sullivan, and I was disappointed because I think we really need to diversify these commissions, and I know there's another seat, and so I'm going to support this appointment, but I want to articulate on the record my belief that this administration should make a real effort, both given the native engineering program and the effort that's being made at UAA, and I think the importance that we partner with our local university, that they make a real effort to find a more diverse appointment for the other appointment available on Urban Design Commission. So I will support Mr. Sawhill, but if the next appointment doesn't reflect the diversity that I think this Urban Design Commission needs to reflect, I'm prepared to vote against the next one.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk.
I appreciate the concern. I think this is a complicated one because Mr. Sawhill is extraordinarily prepared for this position, and I think we're lucky to get him. So I'm happy to support it. And I guess the only thing to do here is to remind the administration that we passed a resolution requesting that our boards and commissions reflect the ethnic structure of the community, and also to track that. And it might be worthwhile for you to take a peek at your numbers and see how you're doing, and in those areas that you're behind, maybe to work. And I don't know that it's any one commission. It's just an issue of across the board to try to have representation. So I will be supporting this. I appreciate the concern, but I think Mr. Sawhill's very capable.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there any objection to approval of this? Seeing none, the matter is approved unanimously.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Not on that subject. I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the day.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up item 14I. And it's pretty straightforward. We have staff in the audience. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. And I personally hate to see staff sitting around waiting to the end of the meeting if we can just deal with it pretty quickly. And I'd like support to change the order of the day. Thank you.
All right, that matters before us. My hunch is this isn't going to take a very long time to get through the agenda tonight, but I'm often wrong. 14I now is apparently the motion. Is there discussion on that? Is there, all of a sudden my screen changed?
Without objection, Madam Chair.
All right, is there objection to changing the order of the day? Seeing none, then we'll deal with 14I at this time. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. We skipped down on our agenda all the way to almost the end. This is AR 203. This is a resolution municipal assembly reappropriating $141,819 of previously appropriated ARTSA Fund 141 fund balance for the GASB 34 implementation to storm drain infrastructure mapping data conversion project. If anybody would like to speak to us on that matter, please come forward. Anybody on that matter? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Birch.
I'm just looking for a clarification on who's doing the work.
Mr. Michaelis, can you help?
I'm going to ask Mr. Jones to address that one.
Through the chair, Mr. Birch, it's being done through the maintenance and operations.
Sir, we can't hear you unless you...
Now,
go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's being done through our maintenance and operations department. I believe it's done through a consultant. I'm not sure I don't believe that's been selected yet.
Okay, yeah, I just saw professional services
Right, no,
on there.
it'd be a consultant to M&O to be determined.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that matter is approved unanimously. Okay, going back to the next agenda item, we're back to 11B. This is AM 484.
Move to approve.
No, there's no hearing needed on this one, but there was no motion pending, so the motion is pertinent and is on the floor. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, is there objection to the motion to approve Mr. Michaelis for this?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
You got a second on the
Yes,
record?
there was
you
a
do?
second.
Oh, there it is.
There
Thank
was
you.
a second. Now, Mr. Flynn wants to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
George, you sure?
Thank you for the concern, but I'm sure.
All right, I'm done.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to the appointment of Mr. Michaelis? Seeing no objection, that matter is approved and he is appointed to the AWU Board of Directors. All right. The next item before us is 13A. And if you recall, we discussed this earlier. I'm going to need a motion to continue this to October 13th.
Do you not want to open the public hearing, though, Madam Chair?
I suppose I should. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Could I have a motion to combine the public hearings?
Move to combine 13A and B.
Second.
Second.
Is there, seeing no objection to that, if you would like to speak to us about the AWU capital improvement budget, you're certainly free to do that at this time, but please understand that we will be discussing this again in October. So if you speak now, you won't be able to speak again. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to us on the AWU 2009 capital improvement budget, both for water and wastewater?
You throw those out.
Hearing and seeing no one.
Madam
Mr.
Chair, move to
Coffey.
continue the public hearing on 13A 2009-98,
To October 13th?
October 13th.
Is there objection to that? Hearing and seeing none, the matter is continued to the 13th. Mr.
Madam
Coffey?
Chair, move to continue AO 2009-99, continue the public hearing till October 13th.
Is there objection to that? Seeing none, that matter is also continued to October 13th. We're now at 13C. This one, I'm trying to...
Madam Chair, request to change the order of the day.
Oh, state your motion, Mr. Starr.
I'd like to move 14A to the next item.
Second.
Basic rezone. I think 13C is going to have some debate.
I'm just going to move to postpone.
Okay. I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I read it in the back.
All right, at this time, there's no motion on the floor, but on the regular agenda, we're now at AO 71. And I believe I need to open a public hearing here. So if you'll allow me to do that first?
Sure, but I would just like to put on the record as my intent is to postpone this until October 13th.
All right. If you would like to speak to us about AO 71, this is an ordinance regarding fees for excessive police responses. You can come forward now, but please understand it would limit your ability to speak to us again on this topic. Would anyone like to come forward? Hearing and seeing no one, Dr. Selkrig.
I'd like to postpone, I move to postpone this item till continue the public hearing until October 13th.
Second.
Is there objection to that? Seeing no objection, do you want us to keep the amendment that was handed out?
Yes, I've gotten a variety of things in the last 2 days regarding this, and I just want to be able to work through them.
All right, so you
Thank
might want to keep the amendment that was handed out on this matter. All right, is there, I'm sorry, I don't know if I asked, is there objection to the continuation? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is continued to the 13th. All right, we are now at 14A. This is an ordinance 92. This is regarding rezoning about 43,858 square feet from B3 to R2M for a specific lot in Eagle River. Does anyone like to speak to us on this matter? Please come forward. Well, step up and tell us what you want. Start with your name.
My name is Jane Jones.
Okay.
And all basically I'm trying to do is to get the lot rezoned so that I
Speak
can
in the mic, though, so we can...
rebuild my family's home. It was burned down, and I would like to put it back.
Okay.
So we have a place to come home to.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll be in the audience if we have questions.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Discussion. Seeing none, is there objection?
You need a motion. Move to
Oh, my gosh, I'm just on a roll. I apologize. Thank you. All right, now I'll
the
ask you.
Midtown contingent. Ms. Gray Jackson and Coffee know what to do.
You're keeping me straight, and I do appreciate it. All right, now that we have a motion, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection? Seeing none, we approve the rezone, so thank you very much. With the motion even, yeah, and that's 10-0. Ms. Drummond is excused for the remainder of the meeting. The next item before us is 14B. This is AO 95. It's an ordinance adopting a planned community master development plan and design standards for about 47 acres zoned PC district per AO 8565 for Tract A Skyline View subdivision. If you would like to speak to us on this, please come forward.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter with Dow HKM. With me tonight is another planner from Dow, Michelle McNulty. You'll be seeing more of her in the future, and she's here tonight to answer any of the hard questions that you may ask me, because she's had a lot of work on this project. As the chair indicated, this is a long legal description, but it is a very simple case of when the area-wide rezoning was done in Eagle River. This area was identified as planned community. And prior to going forward with actual development of the property beyond the natural resource extraction that's been going on for about the last 40 years, there's a requirement that a master plan be done, and as part of the PCE requirements, you have to create your own zoning ordinance. This document, which hopefully all of you have, is our master plan. It does have a map incorporated into it that establishes the zoning boundaries, and those will be platted out so that they are distinct properties with zoning associated with them. In the end of the document, there's actually a ordinance that you will be acting on that identifies all the types of uses that can go there, what uses are prohibited, what are conditional uses, building heights, lot coverage, those types of things, just like Title 21 would do. Most of it is a direct pull from Title 21. On this large site, which is an active gravel extraction site, directly east of Loretta French Park, there are 3 zoning districts that have been created. The first is an 18-acre site down with direct access onto the Old Glen Highway that will provide and be used for industrial commercial uses. The majority of the site, 21 acres, will be an open space with a trail connection developed by the owner that will connect the surrounding properties and neighborhoods over to the trailhead at the state park entry. And lastly, there are 3 parcels that exist that are currently zoned R7, and we are carrying them over as R7 residential. So there'll be single-family lots, half an acre minimum size, and each of these is, the smallest is 1.6 acres. We've met multiple times with the community council. They've taken a vote and passed a resolution in support. We've spoken to at least the chair and answered several of her questions. We'd be happy to entertain any of your questions tonight and appreciate your support.
Thank you very much. There appear to be no questions. Would anyone else like to speak to us on this matter? Mr. Flynn, was that a question?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Potter, would you come back up? Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Sorry, Jim. I noticed 3 access points to the trail in the open space. Which one of them is the access to the state park?
The state park is to the south, down in that corner. And if you can see, if you look at the ball field over at Loretta French Park, look directly across the street, there's a little windy road that comes up. That area is actually the parking lot area. In the summer, it's a hiking trail. During the winter, it's a snow machine trail with adequate snow.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Mr. Potter, I'm having a little trouble orienting myself on the map, but on the, I guess what would be the east side along Dogwood Road,
yes,
there's a really narrow cutout. What's going on there?
That is a public right-of-way.
Oh, okay.
So it's an actual dedicated street right-of-way.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Are there any other questions for the speaker? Mr. Clayman, do you need anything? All right. Now there are no questions.
Mr. Flynn has colors and I have black and white. So.
I saved my book.
Aha.
I have my book, I just didn't bring it today.
All right. Hearing is there anyone else who'd like to come forward? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Wish of the body. Approved.
Second.
Is there Dr. Selkirk?
I just wanted to hear a little bit from the planning department in terms of their review on this, and I had a couple questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Yes, Dr. Selfreg. Questions?
Yes, it appeared to me, and I just wanted to make sure that all the recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission were incorporated in terms of the final document.
Madam Chair, Dr. Selfreg, yes, they were. We, reviewed the minutes, the recommendation. We conferred with the applicant to make sure that they were consistent with their application and the changes imposed by the Commission.
And then I just had another question, and that is, in terms of the gravel extraction, is there some boundary in terms of times of day that it'll go on, when they'll be on the road? Because I know that's been an issue in the past, and I just wanted to clarify what the circumstances were there.
Yes, Madam Chairman, Dr. Selfreg, there are time limitations for the operation of the extraction. The Planning Commission just recently saw that, and, Dow can speak to the specifics of the operation, but they didn't change anything specifically in the last review, but I believe they have about another year before the material is removed from the site.
We have the approval is for a 5-year approval. We anticipate that depending on the market, because it's a very focused market up in the Eagle River, Chugiak area, that depending on the road projects, it could be as short as 3 years, that it would then be transitioned over to industrial, commercial, open space, and that. The residential development could start relatively quickly. The hours of operations, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Saturday, no activity on Sundays or holidays. All of the issues about having contact names, numbers posted are all there. And as far as I know, there have been no current or recent complaints with the operation. We've been real careful, and Granite Construction, formerly Wilder, is a very good operator.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. Mr. Starr?
The proposed plan perhaps from DOT is to do upgrades to that road segment out front. Is there right-of-way takings or any land negotiations going on with lands that are affected in this action tonight and DOT?
On this specific piece of property, Granite Construction has not been contacted by DOT. We believe that the entirety of the taking is on the other side of the road, like the problems with CBA, where the right-of-way goes away all the way up to the front door. So if there is any necessary impact over here, we have discussed with the chair and the community, and one of the conditions of approval from the Planning Commission is that the berm that's adjacent to the old Glen, that is treed and vegetated, if it's impacted, then during the gravel operation period, that has to be moved back and recreated back on property and revegetated for the life of the
clearly, that's part of the conditional use operations. Now, my challenge is that, with the park resource across the street, and we don't know what DOT is going to do. Historically, they've done some land takings or some negotiations on right-of-way changes, so that I was just hoping to hear some flexibility that you guys would play along if it meant mitigating a park access across the street, or, such as a CBA thing, there's that give and take on the road project. I couldn't hold it to you now, of course, but master plan flexibility in the future with DOT's decision-making. You handle that through a change to the master plan? You'd have to come back to us and say...
I can't imagine that there would be anything dramatic enough coming out of DOT for acquisition or limitations on the access. We're looking at having really only one access, at the most 2. Those have to go through a separate driveway permitting process through DOT.
Well, as long as you're sort of aware of it, I heard what I needed to, which was, there's some flexibility still there, and maybe DOT's already done making their decisions in that area, and there won't be any more.
We're all hoping that segment of road will be done and completed before the actual real development occurs on this property.
Good, thanks. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Now, I believe there are no questions. Thank you. And seeing no further discussion, is there objection to approving this? Seeing no objection, this matter is approved 10-0. The next item before us is AO 106. This is an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.66.010 to correct some textual errors. This is specifically related to the downtown Eagle River Overlay District. If anybody would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. The next one? Okay. Would anyone like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? Second. Is there discussion? Mr. Gutierrez?
Just to say, Madam Chair, you guys are high maintenance tonight. What's with me going over?
It's a happening place, Mr. Gutierrez. All right. Mr. Flynn?
Are we, somebody handed something out, is this an amendment, or is?
That's actually what
It's incorporated?
That's incorporated,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection to approval? Seeing none, that matter is approved as presented. Thank you very much. All right. The next item before us is 14D. This is AO 104. This is an ordinance amending Code 21.05.030C, Chugiak Eagle River Clutha portion of the municipality comprehensive plan to adopt the Chugiak Eagle River Site-Specific Land Use Plan, HLB. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. And Mr. Kleiman, I plan to pass the gavel on this one, so if you wouldn't mind coming up here to take it, I'd appreciate it. But if you could start by stating your name, please.
Hi, my name is Tanya Iden. I work for Avenue Beck Consulting, and has my 3 minutes started?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And we were contracted by Heritage Land Bank in September of 2007 to complete the Vama site-specific land use study for 4 parcels in the Chugiak Eagle River area, specifically parcels that are near the Harry McDonald Center. The total land mass of those parcels is about 140 acres. It was 4 different parcels. We implemented a broad and far-reaching public outreach campaign. We had a little summary of all the variety of things that we did for that public outreach campaign, which involved 4 public meetings, and we did send notices to the neighborhood as well as send out email updates. We also kept a project website so that we could keep people apprised of the planning process that was taking place in their neighborhood. As you know, Heritage Land Bank, anytime they're about to dispose of lands or considering disposal, they need to do a site-specific study. So that's why the study was done. In addition, 2 of the 4 parcels actually don't have a land use designation. They were just set aside as special study areas. So this land use study will, in effect, give them a land use designation and would become part of the Chugiak Eagle River Comprehensive Plan. So what we heard from the communities as we were out there was that folks are concerned about the character of their neighborhood. They wanted any development to retain the quiet nature, the open space, and the low density. We heard that folks were concerned about connectivity and new roads coming through their neighborhoods. And we also heard that they wanted to ensure that the area was safe for kids walking to school in the McDonald Center, and that they were concerned about their wells and water supplies with any new development. So I think that the plan that we came up with addresses most of those concerns, all of those concerns actually. We have recommended that there be zoning consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. So in the Mojo Street parcels in particular, it would be 1 acre dwelling, 1 house and 1 acre dwelling units. We have also retained approximately 26 acres of the Carroll Creek parcel as a wetland habitat and important creek corridor to ensure that the ecological effect of that parcel isn't impacted. We also have looked at the area, the Carroll Creek parcel is important as a transition zone between kind of the highly commercialized and more urban type of development along the old Glen corridor, and then the residential neighborhood that's more rural in character as you head west towards the Chugach State Park. So we recommended some zoning closer to that commercial corridor that could benefit from it's close to transit, it's close to commercial areas, it's close to the school, so it's a little bit more moderate density zoning.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward? Oh, Mr. Flynn had a question for her?
Just want to make sure there weren't any other pertinent details you felt you needed to impart before your
No, thank you. 3 minutes. I was practicing in the car. Well, just if anybody has questions about the zoning in particular, because I didn't kind of necessarily go through that. Oh, actually, it's not zoning, it's the land use designations that we've selected. I'm happy to answer questions about that.
There appear to be no questions right now, but I'm sure if there are, you'll be available.
Yes.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak to this matter?
My name is Sandra Quimby, and I'm a resident of the Fire Lake, Alaska subdivision. I'm right smack in the middle between the Muldrow and the Carroll Creek A parcels. And I'd like to commend Agnew Beck for the great job they've done. They've been very conscientious and thorough. I think that their study represents the voice of the community. And very impressive that the study was done to begin with. Also, commend those that put that procedure in place. My only concern on the R2ASL zoning, which currently exists on Muldrow East parcel, that's acceptable to us. It's exactly what we want in our area. However, if a change is made, I do strongly support the concept of having the rezone occur prior to disposal of the property or prior to sale. So if you want to rezone it to something that's comparable and it's consistent, that's fine, but just do it before you get rid of it, because if you want it done and you do it yourself, you get it done right.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this matter? Anyone like to speak to us on this? Seeing no one, public hearing is closed. And I'm passing the gavel.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Thank you. And Dr. Selcraig.
I'd like to note for the record that Tanya Iden, who just spoke, is my niece. I have no financial investment or don't own any property in Eagle River. I'm quite proud of her, but I just wanted to put it on the record so people would understand that. Yeah, I don't feel that there's a conflict.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Osiander.
I passed out a page of amendments that I hope you all have. This was a matter, and is a matter of very high interest to the folks in my district. It's basically a very large parcel of land that's pretty close to the heart of Eagle River. I think it's about 94 acres, and its future has been hotly debated and hotly discussed for a number of years. There have been proposals from private developers to do things, and there have also been proposals from various community groups. I basically approached this with some fear because I wasn't sure how best to address the strong opinions that existed in my district on this matter. I believe Agnew Beck has done a fairly good job. I do, though, have some specific amendments I'd like to discuss with you and propose. I'd like to move Amendment 1 on the list, if I could. And if I could...
Go ahead, Mr.
Chairman. Basically, this First Amendment says that the Appendix B, which includes the P&Z amendments, are incorporated into the plan. And I guess that's all we put in Section 1. Amendment 1.
Anyone wish? Mr. Flynn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, and Madam not Chair at the moment. Could you clarify? It appears there's some connectivity between these amendments. So before we vote on the first one, could you give sort of an overall picture of what we're working on here?
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Well, I looked at this in some detail, and there's some of There are specific amendments that P&Z made that I don't agree with, but in general, I think they did a good job, and I want to specifically incorporate their suggestions. If you look at the document, there is this Appendix B, and that's just all the P&Z stuff. So basically, with approval of this motion, you would bless the P&Z amendments. That's the only thing that we're really doing in the First Amendment.
Okay, then if I could follow up, Ms. Iden, if you could just briefly speak to that aspect of it and how closely your public process offered this information to the residents, the information that the P&Z recommendations.
I think that the P&Z recommendations are good recommendations. A lot of them just kind of clarified some of the gray spots in the plan, and so they are very good recommendations. And the planning department actually should come in, and they worked really hard with us on this plan and did a really good job. And in terms of public process, we did send out a notice prior to the February 25th meeting, which was the first Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, informing folks of that this was going to be on the agenda and they could come and participate. And then there was a follow-up Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that we posted it on our website generally. So, and the planning department, I think, kind of followed up as well. At that stage of the game, actually, Agnew Beck wasn't as involved, and it was more within the department. But they did a really great job.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Flynn?
No.
Dr. Selcraig?
I'd just like some clarification. So the document that we have before us to approve, apart from the amendments that Ms. Ociander is talking about, don't include the P&Z recommendations?
Could I respond?
Go ahead, Ms.
That's what it would be to you. Thank you very much.
I think Ms. Ociander is the one to respond. If planning needs to chime in, they can too.
Okay. Basically, if you look, what we're doing at the very end of your document, there's the Agnew Beck study. Right? And you can tell because it starts with this color plan. Yeah. All right? Got it. So what we're doing is we're taking the Agnew Beck study and we're incorporating it into the Eagle River Comprehensive Plan. Right before that is the Appendix B. And, it's sometimes just considered automatic to accept P&Z amendments, but I just want to be clear. I mean, you know me, I'm pretty detail-oriented.
I thought they were already in here, but I'm happy to be...
Just crossing my T's, that's all.
Good. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Starr.
Perhaps for Mr. Jones or even the mayor here, on the process that we're engaging in right now my question is it's very specific, and I guess the background is that Anchorage 2020 is the comprehensive plan for the guiding document in the Bull development, and where I've struggled with this is the comprehensive plan for the Chugiak Eagle River area is a document that now we're making very specific. And I'll use an example in the adoption of for example, the P&Z recommendations. It talks, narrows it right down to driveway width of 20 feet. And we're taking a guiding policy statement and a directive planning tool, and we're now saying these are the almost conditional uses, if you will, of the space. And I'm challenged by that. Is that necessary here to take these 100 acres, which are open space, nobody's wanting to buy them, nobody's lining up with a master plan development community out here. Is this the right thing to get this specific? Because I don't think the rest of the plan is that specific. That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, the consultant did considerable ground truthing on the plan. The consultant put forward sound planning principles in the plan to effectuate the community's desires. So that is, you're correct, this is an amendment to the comprehensive plan of the Chugiak Eagle River Comprehensive Plan, and it will become an element of the overall comprehensive plan. The amendments are specific because the land use was processed over a couple of year period, considerable community involvement, and the recommendations are sound, that the property have these types of considerations when developed in the future.
I was on planning and zoning for a while, and I saw some of that. Now, won't we be revisiting these when site plan reviews and developer plans come forward again, and do we not restrict perhaps flexibility in the land uses because now we're setting a higher precedent to a comprehensive plan as opposed to affordability considerations for future developers or flexibility in perhaps new and different changes to the surrounding areas. We've got adjacent landholders that haven't decided their properties yet, other developmental reserve properties nearby, I think. But my point is don't you get that level of specificity when you start to deal with specific land use decisions that the developers and other interested landholders bring forward? Isn't that when you do it? And why are we doing it now?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, the comprehensive plan element is a guiding policy document, and the specific regulations of the zoning itself will be the fundamental review criteria for the development of the property. But if any other conditional use or other uses were to come forward, these policies in this land use plan would be evaluated for their applicability.
For their what? I didn't hear the last.
How you would apply them to future development.
I see. Again, when we heard discussions as related to Title 20, Title 21, and the applicability to implementing 2020, that's usually the criterion that the staff presents back to us. For example, is it meets the criterion and does that. This one here is challenging for me in the specificity of it, and I guess I'll leave it at that with your discussions. That I heard a little bit of approval that you feel like it's a comfortable document. I just don't want to hamstring the future development or the flexibility of the property for alternate uses in the future. And it's just with the comprehensive plan being the priority document and ratcheting on down to sub-documents of developmental standards that the developer may want flexibility on. I'm not sold that we need that level of specificity in an amendment such as this. Is why I bring it up, is that it's very specific when you talk what we've just adopted in as part of the written document. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander.
I share some of Mr. Starr's concern about the specificity, but I absolutely realize why it occurred. There was intense public interest in this plan. There were multiple public hearings, and I believe that the specificity in the plan was actually necessary to assuage some really deep concerns about impact on the surrounding neighborhood. The challenge for the specificity, to me, was primarily to figure out how it's going to be developed. Certainly, a comprehensive plan isn't necessarily a rezone. It isn't a plat. But I think that I know that in this case, it was really incredible to me the number of people I talked to who had detailed knowledge about what was in this document because they attended the public hearings. And so even though it's challenging to deal with us this way, I think that it's actually had some benefit. So.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selcraig.
I would just like to share with both Ms. Osiander and Mr. Starr how I looked at this not being from Eagle River. It seems to me that this is, in some ways, it's like a district plan. To me, it's an opportunity for a smaller section of the bowl, of the municipality, to get down to that next level of what is unique about their district and what they want to protect and what they want to encourage. And so in that context, I was pretty respectful of the approach it took in terms of my sense is that there really was a lot of involvement, and there really is a desire to really hold on to a certain character. And I think that some of this detail is grounded in that. And what I would say is that if it becomes problematic, it is possible to come back and revisit it. And in fact, the whole idea of revisiting a plan every 5 years is pretty useful to make sure it's functioning. So anyhow, I wanted to share that. I think I look forward to this kind of specificity, specific regulation in the East Side District Plan. I think we would be very happy to see it. Thanks.
Thank you. I see no one else in the queue. I'll remind the body that much of that we're actually only debating amendment number 1, and then the last comment seemed, I think, directed to the whole motion or the whole topic and not just to amendment 1. if anybody else has Dr. Selkirk, are you back as to Amendment 1? Dr. Selkirk, are you in the queue for Amendment 1 or not? All right. No one else is in the queue for Amendment 1. I'll ask if there's any opposition to Amendment number 1. Hearing and seeing none, that amendment is approved. And I'll again defer to Ms. Osiander. I think next is Amendment 2.
Yes, move Amendment 2. The rationale for this is exactly a reaction to that specificity. How do you deal with what specific zoning is called for in the plan when it's not in place now? This amendment also addresses the concern from the speaker. Basically, it says that before these HOB properties are disposed of, there will be a rezoned. It does clarify for these the parcels of Muldrow Street West, Muldrow Street East, and Carroll Creek A, that the rezone be to R7SL with a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet. And that's absolutely in accord with what the community expects and what was discussed. So I would urge the body to accept Amendment 2.
I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to Amendment 2? Hearing and seeing none, Amendment 2 is approved. Ms. Osiander, I think.
Move Amendment 3. All right, this one is an amendment to a P&Z recommendation. Basically, they recommended that in regards to the road connectivity, that there be specific recommendations submitted by the fire department included in dealing with road connectivity. I asked for a copy of what those specific recommendations were, and people were unable to find it. So it seemed to me that the best way to deal with this would be to wait and deal with exactly how the roads will be laid out when we get to the platting process. The reason I say that is road connections were one of the many very hot topics that were debated. People are very concerned about cut-through traffic. There was a lot of discussion about potentially having a gated connection here. And in fact, the plan, as you see, showed much to the comfort of many members of the community where the roads would go. I am very reluctant to blanket accept some unseen recommendations from the fire department. It's far better to deal with this at platting where the public can weigh in and actually comment. So urge approval of Amendment 3.
Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
I have a question for the planning department. Mr. Weaver, typically in planning, doesn't the fire department have an opportunity to review the plat in terms of connectivity issues?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Selkirk, that's correct. In discussion with Assembly Member Osiander, we determined that that really would be reviewed upon the development of the property. Fire, traffic, planning do have concern about circulation in the area and having multiple accesses, but those issues will be resolved at the time of development.
Thank you.
Anything else, Dr. Selkirk?
No, thank you.
I see no one else in the queue as to Amendment 3. Is there any opposition to approval of Amendment 3? Hearing and seeing none, that amendment is approved. Ms. Osiander.
Move Amendment 4. Second. Basically, there was a P&Z discussion about, instead of just considering all modes of transportation, that it be accommodated or served. And I would prefer to leave the language that Agnew Beck had used and not accept this P&Z amendment. The rationale being that there was a lot of discussion about maintaining the rural, large lot character of these neighborhoods, which does not necessarily mandate sidewalks on both sides of the street and bus routes or dedicated bike lanes. So I think that absolutely all modes of transportation have to be considered, but particularly in this rural, large lot neighborhood, they don't all have to be accommodated. So we urge support for Amendment 4.
I see no one in the queue. Is there any opposition to Amendment 4? Hearing and seeing none, Amendment 4 is approved.
Thank
unanimously.
you. Move Amendment 5.
It's on the back of the page.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to get in the queue to go back and speak here. I'm doing amendments, if you don't mind. I'm trying to push my buttons here. Nothing seemed to go.
Did you want to be here between now at this point?
Well, before we get into the next one, I'd like to go back and revisit Amendment 2, and I'm not sure if I need to do that to formal amendment, or if I can just ask the indulgence of the body to re-clarify Amendment 2, which spoke to the zoning. So move reconsideration of Amendment 2. I can do that formality-wise, but point of clarification may be in order here.
Well, why don't we do this? I'll informally let you ask your question, see if it can get clarified. If you're not satisfied with the clarification, then you will need to move for reconsideration. You were in the majority, though, so you certainly have that right. But go ahead and ask your question.
What's the motion?
At this point, ask your question.
I thought we had a motion.
Well, we didn't. I was trying to do it in between amendments. So if there's a motion on the floor, I guess there's no motion on the floor.
There is, I think we've moved Amendment 5.
All right. Well,
we can take yours up after Amendment 5.
Maybe what we
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
That's on the floor, sir? 5 is?
Is 5 on the floor with a second? Yes.
Okay. Chugach-Eagle River is different from many parts of the municipality in that we do not have contribution from any kind of a fund source to pay for roads into new development. Our current policy and practice is that developers pay the cost of construction of roads. The language on page 40 seemed to indicate that there would be collaboration in construction of the roads with municipal agencies. And as attractive as that is to me, unfortunately, ARDSA just doesn't want to pay for roads out there.
We can work something out.
So urge support for Amendment 5 to reflect current practice.
Mr. Starr's Amendment number 5.
Well, and I'm not trying to debate my colleague here because we've both done work, but we've reached a point here where we need to speak to specifics, and I'm wanting to know the executive summary, and perhaps Mr. Weaver or somebody else can speak to me, but the executive summary on page 7, and they're not marked in our packet, so just kind of bear with me. It alludes to the fact that planned access improvements under the header of roads, McDonald Drive will be upgraded to municipal standards for Collector Street up to the Harry McDonald Center. Now, that's a very public road now, or is a use road on that. So I guess through the maker of the motion here, are we trying to burden the developer to upgrade a segment of road that's already public use? I mean, this is where I'm challenged by how we're going to implement that. And concurrently down there, I'm going to have the same concern when we talk about the recommendation that public water and sewer get upgraded. We burden the developer with these kind of statements in a comprehensive plan. We don't produce any flexibility for state grant petitioning, or we just say, hey, it's your choice. It's never going to get developed. I guess I have that challenge. And so can somebody tell me why?
Could I?
Ms. Osiander may be able to answer the question. Mr. Starr.
Can I respond? Mr. Starr, it's certainly not my intent to preclude state grants, and I would certainly be among the first to start petitioning our legislators if there's a firm move to upgrade McDonald Drive. My frustration, and I know you share it, is we just do not have another revenue source in place, and through the Title 21 work and through other documents that have come before us, have tried to clarify that fact so that there's not an undue expectation on developers that they're going to get some money from the municipality when there's no revenue source. That's all.
And I appreciate the clarity. The statement that you have tried to modify, where it speaks to working jointly with municipal agencies, the local Subursa group, and future developers, to me, that provides a little bit more flexibility in the fact that there may be assistance to developers. You know, if the point needs to be made specifically that developers are going to put that out, are going to have to lay out that money for auxiliary upgrades to streets that are not even part of the land they're buying. I'm not sure I want to send that message out to future developers in my community. It seems burdensome in a comprehensive plan statement. So I don't mind a site plan development or in a bigger scope of a debate on specific roads and who does what upgrades, but a comprehensive plan that sends that message out to them right now, it's pretty rough.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Coffey.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Weaver, but in the Anchorage Bowl, developers shall pay for constructions of roads to municipal standards is a requirement imposed in the bowl and ARDSA as well, is it not? It's where the oversizing is required, that there is a reimbursable, and that's not available in Subursa, but it is in ARDSA. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coffey, in ARTSA, when you have a development application, the developer is responsible for building the infrastructure, and sometimes there is oversizing that's paid for to some degree with respect to storm drainage for excessive units.
Or building a collector for future development, that sort of thing.
If that's probably not a good example, because if it were a collector, potentially they could contribute possibly that money to if it was within the CIP for immediate improvement to construct the street jointly with the Muni. But if it's not proposed to be constructed by the Muni, the developer would be responsible for building it to a standard proportionate to what their development was proposing.
Right.
And that's what this is saying here for this property, right, is that when tracks D and C are proposed for development, that they would build their proportionate responsible infrastructure improvements of sewer, water, and roads. And if they can get the Muni to cooperate with state grants, because there is a public facility there, that's what they would do. That's common practice both in ARTSA and out of ARTSA.
Well, then let me ask you this. Does the department support the amendment, or does it wish to go with the language that was stricken?
In looking at this amendment, I think probably what it would read better if it says future developers shall pay for the construction of roads to municipal standards and work jointly with municipal agencies to pay for the construction and maintenance and upgrade of the roads.
But that's acceptable, though.
Wait a second. Let me follow up if I could, Ms. Senator. What I'm trying to do is when I read the statement, I didn't think it was saying anything different than what we do within ARTSA. And so we're having a debate, it seems, over whether we're imposing some special requirement on people who develop in Chugach Eagle River, and I didn't think we were by the language that Ms. Osiander was proposing. Okay. I want to get out of this. This is not my neck of the woods. But if we're going to have an amendment that imposes the same responsibility in Chugach Eagle River as we do in Anchorage, then I don't find anything to talk about. It is the standard we apply. I understand there's no reimbursables. I understand it's got its own road service areas. But if I develop a 20-acre subdivision, I'm paying for the sewer, water, curbs, roads, trails, et cetera, whether I'm doing it here or there. I'm done.
Dr. Selkirk.
I appreciate a clarification. Mr. Weaver, if we leave in the last sentence that's been struck or proposed to be struck, is that exactly like or similar to what we do in the rest of the bill? Or, I mean, my sense is that what we have the expectation of a developer to be responsible for the roads within their subdivision, and then we negotiate for that collector in terms of impact. Is that true? I mean, that there is that issue that if it's a proposed road already and we plan to build it, the contractor may not have to pay as much as if it's a brand new road that needs to be there. Is that correct?
Madam Chairman, Dr. Selkirk, sometimes there are projects underway. The municipality contributes towards the improvement of those peripheral or access roads if it's within the capital improvement budget to do that. And every developer is going to do that. And they would do that in this case here as well. So, removing the language to work jointly with the municipal agencies, it would still be done. I think that was the intent of that language, that the burden was meant to be placed upon the developer, but not to preclude them from seeking other opportunities for those improvements from state grants.
So you think that if we strike it, they're still not precluded?
No, I don't.
You don't think they're precluded?
No, I don't think they are.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, I got it.
Is that all, Dr. Selkirk? Yes. All right. Mr. Starr.
Well, Mr. Weaver, if you can hang with me on this one. I started the discussion based on the executive summary on page 7. Do you have any of that? Because it speaks to what I'm trying to get at is that we've now specified that the developer has to build the roads as they relate to C and D. There's no question, but the expectation in the executive summary and the comments that it speaks to are others, and I'll be real specific, even though you may not know Northern Lights from McDonald Drive. It's all the same concept. On page 7 of the executive summary, and I don't know where it is in the packet, but it talks about other upgrades that are critical to making the developments that would occur there usable, and there's 5 of them under roads. There's more under water and sewer. My challenge here is that if we're going to get that specific with, the developer's got to do that, then who's going to do all this other stuff that the community has expectations on? When McDonald Center Drive is improved, include enhanced pedestrian safety and street crossings to Fire Lake Elementary. Are we going to go to ASD ultimately and do that, or is the developer going to have to figure that one out? Again, I'll reiterate again other ones. New access to Muldoon Street. Parcel may originate on Muldrow Street and Fish Hatchery Road. However, a through road access parcel, these 2 roads is not. Where are we instituting these 5 things? The bottom one is work with the state and the transportation provide safe pedestrian access and perhaps a stoplight way down at the intersection of Old Glen and this whole thing. This is what I'm trying to illustrate is that we're saying this in executive summary, the versatility is there. We're not getting there at the end of the day. We could put these imposements on there and we don't have a master guiding document for the 100 acres. You fly over this property, look at it, it's 100 acres of untouched land. We haven't screwed it up yet. I think if we just go for it, with a development plan that willy-nilly, that my challenge is that we're not going to get the rest of the elements that are summarized very well in the executive summary because we're piecemealing here. So can you speak to that? Are we doing that?
Mr. Weaver.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. I would agree with the 5 identified projects that are on there that it's going to take resources outside of the developer's ability to install those improvements. So perhaps the original language might be appropriate, but I know Ms. Osiander wanted to make it clear that the developer would pay their proportional responsibilities, and that's going to be that's a given.
Yeah.
Dr. Selkirk, you're next in queue, but Ms. Osiander, I think, has a minor amendment that may clarify some of these concerns. If you could defer for her for just a minute to make that amendment, and then you can be in the queue.
If it would be acceptable to the body, if I could substitute Mr. Weaver's suggestion, which would read, future developers shall pay for the construction of roads to municipal services and work jointly with municipal agencies, the local road service area, and future developers to pay for maintenance and upgrades of the roads. I'll pass it to you.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk, as to the amendment. The amendment or anything else on the topic.
It's my understanding that there's a distinction of these roads. Some of them are clearly the responsibility of the developer. They're internal to the project, and they make a lot of sense for him to pay for. There are others that serve the project, but also serve the broader community. And I think those are the ones we're talking about. And I'm not sure that the amendment clarifies that. I think that that's what the intent was initially. It seems to me that we need to we need to say, and that second, I think going back to the first proposal where it's future developers shall pay for the construction of roads to municipal standards, and that is that within proposed projects?
Dr. Selkirk, I think that, and I've had some brief conversations with Ms. Osiander, the intent on this language in her amendment was to recognize that basically a future developer is responsible for building the roads when it's a new development, but then from there forward, as you try to upgrade roads, it was a smaller road, and then as it gets bigger...
Right, I understand that.
So the idea is that the initial cost is the developer, and then as it moves forward, then the parties will have to work together, and that was the whole purpose of the...
Yeah, but I also think it's the allocation of resources, and my concern is that the way we've linked it, you could be a developer and assume that the way it's written now, that you could assume that the municipality or somebody's going to help you pay for all the roads. So I'm a little concerned about that.
I don't see anybody else in, Ms. Osiander's in the queue. Go ahead.
My intent is not to change any current practice. I just have one community council in particular that is really concerned about clarifying to developers that that same reimbursement that is in ARDSA may not be there for them. That was why I did it. It's really not an intent to change anything. And if it's viewed as changing anything, I guess I could withdraw it. It didn't seem like a big deal to me. I apologize for the length of the debate, I guess.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. We'll go ahead and call for the vote on, first I'll ask if there's any objection to Amendment 5, the new amendment that has the two phrases. Hearing and seeing no objection to Amendment 5, that is approved unanimously. Next, Ms. Osiander, actually, well, Mr. Starr, you wanted to take up Amendment number 2. If you, probably the appropriate thing at this point would be a motion for reconsideration.
Well, and again, it's all Chugiak Eagle River, but what I see, and maybe some help from staff here, guys, is that on Appendix B, which, if I recollect what we did on Amendment 2 was we adopted, well, in 1 and 2, we both adopted P&Z's recommendations. My point on Appendix B, for the table of recommended zoning, Muldrow Street East, on page 5 of Appendix B, if you can get there, page 5 of Appendix B, shows Muldrow Street East as recommended zoning R2A, and you just said it's going to be Muldrow Street East shall be rezoned R7SL. Was that your intention? Because
Yes. Could I speak to it?
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
I had an extended conversation with Mr. Weaver about this. Most of this property is PLI. There is is it just one lot, Mr. Weaver? That's R2SL right now?
It's the eastern parcel.
Right there. Basically, the intent is to be comprehensive and approach it all the same way. Most of the discussion with the community, and please correct me if I misspeak, was to maintain the large lot 1 acre minimum size, which is why the recommendation, just to clarify the recommendation, the wording in Amendment 2 specifies that those parcels be R7SL. And the SL meaning that it would be 40,000 square feet, because typically R7 could go down to 20,000. So that's all.
Just to enlighten me with what R2A would do, though.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Weaver.
Madam Chair, Mr. Basically it would allow a duplex there on that size lot, and that was not the intent of the consultant or the municipality or with the presentation to the public. The public understanding is that there would be single-family structures on each lot within a certain density range, and that they'd be on 40,000 square feet lot because it requires public or private sewerage septic systems. So after we looked at this recommendation, they proposed R7, and R2A-SL. For us, for consistency, it made more sense to make all three of the properties R7SL with the 40,000 square foot minimum to make it clear and effectuate what was presented to the public.
What's the other parcel that's kind of around your table legend there? What's the next one? What's that zoning proposed by what we just did? Is that R7SL as well?
R7SL.
All
Currently PLI, and this one's R2ASL, and so then they would just both become R.
You're going to have to use the microphone.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, if you could repeat it.
I was just explaining that this one is currently zone PLI, and this one is zone R2ASL, as is the rest of this neighborhood, actually. And the plan, as we're discussing, would make it R7SL, both of them consistent together.
Well, and again, not to be sarcastic, but I've been involved in making sausage at various levels, P&Z in particular. So Amendment A, and get me if I'm wrong, your intention with Amendment 1 was that we were going to take the overall recommendations of P&Z, except this table of zoning now, which you're trying to correct with Amendment 2, because if we adopt everything that's in Appendix B based on that, page 26 shows a zoning table that's different than what we did in Amendment 2.
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Weaver would like to speak. I'm going to let him, and then I'd like to speak.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Weaver.
Madam Chair, Mr. Starr, that's exactly the intention.
And if I could elaborate, basically, yes, we adopted the P&Z, but if you note with several amendments, I'm moderating or changing P&Z, and this is one.
Mr. Starr, anything else?
No.
Okay. Ms. Osiander.
Move amendment, what number?
6.
6, thank you. Thank you. One of P&Z's amendments or concerns is that we have a preface. There was no preface available until about 4 hours ago. And you got it, handed out to you. Basically, this amendment would incorporate the preface.
I see no one else in the queue. Is there any opposition to amendment number 6? Hearing and seeing none, amendment 6 is approved. Are there any other amendments to AO 2009-104 regarding Eagle River? Soon we'll take up Girdwood. Any opposition to approval of AO? Oh, we have some people in the queue. Let Ms. Osiander go, then you can put yourself in the queue, Mr. Birch. Go ahead.
I basically started thinking I was not going to vote for this for a number of reasons. One of them, certainly the specificity that concerned Mr. Starr. Another one was this property is immediately adjacent to property where folks are having to truck in water because they have non-producing wells. I have really tried to reach out to people in the last week to get more information. I want to say a special thank you to the engineering department at AWWU because they gave me data on existent wells on properties in the area. I reached out again to folks at 3 different community councils. One was, yay, go for it. One council was, well, I'm not sure, let's sit on this and wait a while. One council was, no, don't you dare. So it was challenging. This, I realize that there may be some jokes about all the time that we're spending on Eagle River tonight, but this really is the future for our community. We have the undeveloped land, folks, and this plan that we're incorporating tonight really sets a template in place that's going to affect this community for years to come. The main reason I ended up voting for this was because I think Agnew-Beck did a good job. And I didn't attend all the meetings. I was in and out for one of them, but boy, did I hear people talk about these. And I know you listened. I know you did. You came up with some compromises. The proof of the pudding is going to be in platting. And I think there may be some difficult, tense meetings in platting. But I think in general I can live with this, and want to say a thank you to the folks at Agnew-Beck.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Birch.
I just had a question on, this is a 114-acre municipal asset, and I guess I was wondering what the net result is. What's the value without the adoption of this ordinance? What's the value? I'm just trying to get my arms. I mean, we obviously have some significant financial constraints we're operating under. This is a municipal asset. What's it worth? I'm not sure where to direct that.
I think that's probably Mr. Maynard as well. As good as anybody, but
I mean, are we going to actually make some money on this?
Through the chair, Assemblyman Birch, there's not an assessment or appraisal value of and this is 140 acres total in our study. But of the 140 acres, we don't have a current value of this. It's a tremendous asset, as Mrs. Osiander mentioned. It's not just an asset for the community, but also Shubiak and Eagle River. I can't put a dollar figure on the value, but I can tell you that we've made provisions for several new homes to be built in this area that would add to the tax base. No estimate yet of what the additional tax base might be, as we're talking about probably many years into the future before that would occur. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Well, we've got a municipal asset, and we're in the process of, looking at rezoning or replatting effectively under constraints set forth in this proposal. And I guess I'm trying to. It seems reasonable to me to understand as a property owner, the value before and the value after, and the impact. If you preserve, half of it or all of it to, wetlands, then, it's not going to have any market value. In this case, we've preserved some to, set aside some for that purpose. And I guess I'm just trying to understand as a municipal asset, it would seem reasonable to me to have like a before and after value for, what the impact of this action would be.
Well, the after effect would be adding approximately 20 new single-family homes and as many as 110 additional multi-family homes in this particular area over a long period of time. We've taken 140 acres and essentially put half of that asset into park and open space. And that will be retained as an asset both for the community on Eagle River and this particular area.
Is it the intent of of your office then to sell this property? I guess I'm very concerned about the city getting into the land development business. I think we've done a miserable job of it in the past, and it's cost us money when we should be ending up in the positive side. I just curious as to whether is there a structure or a timeline.
First of all, Heritage Land Bank will not be building houses on these parcels. It will be developed through developers at some point in the future when a site plan development and the feasibility of development occurs. In the meantime, we'll proceed to zoning and platting of the property and parcels, and at some point in the future hope to attract a developer to put in the roads and improvements and infrastructures.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig.
For Heritage Land Bank, do you mind come back up? Thank you. So to clarify it, what we're really doing right now is we're actually positioning this property or some of this property so that it could eventually be sold to a developer. I mean, it basically there's a whole sequence of steps that have to go on prior to this Heritage Land Bank land being available. Is that correct?
Ms. Selcraig, through the chair, that is absolutely correct. We have no intention to be building houses and then building roads as well.
At some point, that property will be made available for developers to purchase in, I assume, a large parcels or substantial parcels, so that we get out of it and they proceed from there. Is that?
That's absolutely correct. And one additional point that is fairly significant is that these multi-unit areas, C and D of the Carroll Creek parcels, those areas will be developed under a site review plan. So there's an additional step that's going to be required by this plan for a future development to occur. It could be under just a site plan development through a developer, or it might be a public or a plan unit subdivision. So there's many opportunities for additional development downstream.
And you don't imagine the Heritage Land Bank initiating a plan unit development? You imagine that land being available?
Absolutely not.
All right, I think that's important to clarify. I had another question, actually. It's to the planning staff. And it has to do with water and sewer and on-site wells and septic systems and the issue of adjacent properties having challenges in those areas. And I'm just wondering, what's going to be the protocols to ensure that this development doesn't deteriorate the water availability on adjacent properties?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Selcraig, in discussion with on-site services and being familiar with the platting process and standards and requirements, is that applicant for the R7SL areas would have to demonstrate that they have adequate soils conditions to install septic systems. They would have to demonstrate adequate potable water and not impact those adjacent properties. And we're aware that some people are using water that's surface water in the immediate area. We're aware of shallow wells in the area, so all that will be considered upon development. The property in the southwest corner will be developed with public sewer and water.
Okay. So, is it an issue of not the property that's on the northeast? Is it an issue of adequate supply? I know at some point in Eagle River we've had testimony from people who actually don't have water in their wells. Is it an issue of supply, or is it an issue of the quality and depth of wells surrounding it? Is there a supply problem?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Selkirk, we don't have the definitive information. On-site services is working on that now, but it appears to be, it's an older subdivision with standards that are fairly old, and I think it's a matter of the infrastructure of the wells that are on those adjacent properties may not be up to standards.
Okay, thank you.
May I make an additional comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Through the chair. Dr. Selkirk, these two parcels now, when we first started this plan, the land use study plan, they did not have water access. Now they will. AU has brought water to the northwest corner of this property right here, and Heritage Land Lake is considering the option of bringing it to the additional property. That at some point would allow a developer to at least have water on site.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Starr. Well, like Debbie, I appreciate the Agnew-Beck study and the direction from HLB for that. I'm not going to support action on the item tonight if we do support or move it. I'm going to be a no vote for various reasons. One is I think we did enter into HLB acting as a developing agency for that, I think in the name of responding to our community. I went to one meeting, which was the very early one, and it was hugely contentious. And it's turned around. I would say there's calm and peace in the neighborhood, perhaps, with sort of the findings and the process that we got to tonight. However, I think that the adoption of this, and again, sort of the issue response statements of staff suggest the summary. When you read them and you understand that the area and the topography that you're talking about, we are deciding where roads are going to go for the development, and we are deciding where the corridors are going to be for access. We are deciding where the entrances and accesses to various lands will or won't be. For example, we further burden Parcel E with a statement that ultimately some developer will probably have to put a road in there to municipal standards. But when you look at that terrain, it doesn't lend itself to road design or road implementation without a serious amount of blight or switchbacks or heavy cost investments. So my point is, I believe that we're causing a little bit more chaos, or at least my point is that we're not adding to the peace and calm of a definitive plan. We've put in more questions than we've answered. That's my direct statement. It's rare that my colleague and I disagree on statements. It may be that she did a lot more recent homework on the issue. I look at a plan as a much more comprehensive guiding document that people after me can implement policy, and I think it's far too specific. So no insult to that process that we got here. I think it's one of the best land use studies that I've seen. I'm not ready to modify my comprehensive plan or dedicate this virgin parcel of land to these development decisions. That's my statement.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I see no one else in the queue, so we'll put it on the board for a vote. As amended, a yes vote will approve the plan with all 6 amendments. A no vote would not approve the plan. And Madam Chair, you can just record mine as this way.
Mr. Birch.
And that passes by a vote of 9-1 with Ms. Drummond excused. And I will return the chair to Ms. Osiander. Thank you very much.
Now I have buried my agenda. Here it is. The next item before us is 14E. This is AO 105. It's an ordinance authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed by the municipality for delinquent taxes and/or special assessments. If you'd like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Anyone like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
All right, this matter is before us. I believe the administration had an amendment. Mr. Vacalis, are you the fellow to do that?
Yes, thank you very much,
All right.
Madam Chair. If you look at Appendix A, item number 1, and the property description, the ID is 016-422-4200. We're requesting that that be removed since the party has paid the back taxes and all charges.
Is there a second? Is there discussion to the amendment? Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection, a matter is amended. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection to the matter as amended? Seeing none, that matter is accepted, 10-0. The next item before us is 14F. This is AR 175. It's a resolution confirming the assessment rule and leveling special assessment services for property specially benefited in the Downtown Business Improvement District, Special Assessment District 1SD 97, setting the dates of assessment, providing for assessment building, payment due dates, application of payments, delinquency, penalty, etc., and appropriating the sum of $10,004 in assessment revenues. If you'd like to speak to us about the downtown BID, please come forward. And I would note for Assembly members, there was a handout from Ms. Westover on this whole matter.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Nas Dalilan, and I own a property downtown. And I bought this property way back in 1995 from Will Kilker, bless his heart. He promised I'd be millionaire by now. But there's a problem that I have encountered, and I haven't been really watching it since I bought it. The assessment of the property that I bought is about 140 by 80. That's downtown. And what it is, it's a lot and a half. When I bought it from Will Kilker, it is a lot and a half. Apparently he bought the extra 30 feet. The question I have right now, and I need help, is that I noticed that I am being assessed for the extra 30 feet. And if you look at page 11 and also page 17, this is the lot that I bought. On page 11, number 283, or roll number 283, under Ebenezer Dalilan, you notice that I'm being assessed for $536.25. Now, this problem has been going on for years. I just never had a chance to look it up and really check it. But when you retire and you don't have any more money, you start hurting. So, and then if you look at page 17 on 439, there is that 30 foot that I'm being assessed also. And there's no building in there. It's just, when I bought the property, it's just part of the extension that Mr. Kilker bought. And I noticed that I'm being assessed with that one, and it's somehow there's an extra 30 feet that I'm being assessed. And I also noticed that I'm paying tax on it, property tax. So I just want to know if I'm in the right place to complain, if that's a complaint, or protest about it.
Okay. Well, there are questions, so maybe we can clarify a little bit. Mr. Birch?
Are you the owner then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Ebenezer. Ebenezer.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And your concern is that, I guess I'm a little fuzzy on what exactly you're concerned about.
When I bought it, it's just one property. It's 140 by 80. And for some reason, the 30-foot, which is apparently he bought many years ago as part of it, I'm being assessed on that too. I'm assessed on the 40 feet plus.
Oh, it's two contiguous parcels then.
Right.
I got you. Okay.
And I'm just wondering why it's not just one property as when I bought it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, sir. I'm over here. These contiguous lots, you are in control of both of them?
Yes, sir. It's one lot. It's
It's just but the legal definition is that you own one lot and then a half lot, and that's
right. That's the legal definition. Yes, sir.
Okay. Unless you don't actually control that half lot, I'm not sure we're in a position to do anything about that unless somebody else actually owns it. And if you're saying you're incorrectly listed as the owner, that's one thing. But if you in fact...
No. My question is why am I being assessed for the 30 foot instead of just 80 feet, because that's the size of my property, really.
I suspect it's just a legal definition issue, but what I would suggest is you go down to the property appraisal division and get a better definition of what they think you control.
Right.
And if there's an error, that'd be the opportunity to correct it.
Yeah, I can understand on the 30 foot, if I have a building in there, if I can put on the building, I can understand it being assessed, but, 30 foot.
Yeah, the good news about the tax system is if you own it, you got to pay out for it. Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, I check with the property appraisal division.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and contact them then.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Chris Schutte is sitting right here in front of me, and I would like to ask him to comment on this gentleman's issues, if he will.
Through the chair, I'm going to actually defer or echo the advice of Assemblymember Flynn. This type of incident happens from time to time. Usually what it is it's a piece of property, and adjacent to it is what's being used as like a right-of-way, perhaps, between two buildings. And for whatever reason, his particular piece has been divided into two. So I would just echo Assemblymember Flynn's advice for him to talk to the property appraisal.
Anything else, Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you. And I just, want to make sure that you know where the property appraiser's office is located. It's in City Hall on the 3rd floor.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Madam Chair, fellow Assembly members. As you've all just heard, my name is Chris Schutte. I'm the Executive Director for Anchorage Downtown Partnership. We are the not-for-profit private corporation charged with managing the Business Improvement District. In your Assembly packets, I provided a short update on some activities that we've been up to over the past year. But rather than regurgitate that, I wanted to focus on a couple of items, both contained within that packet and not within that packet. The first item that I really wanted to bring your attention to is the changing dynamics of the Board of Directors for Anchorage Downtown Partnership. This is the group of individuals made up of business and property owners from within the district who provide the oversight and the guidance for the activities of the district. As you may recall, this time last year, it was felt that the district does not represent the interests of property owners from throughout the entire district, and there was a particular concern about the eastern side of downtown. In the time since we were last here, we actually have brought on 4 additional board members who represent eastern properties specifically to better represent that particular portion of the district and ensure that the services that are being delivered are representative of the services requested by the eastern property owners. One other comment I wanted to make, and it is actually in the short update I gave you, and that is the
the efforts of the partnership over this summer to address graffiti. I don't know what's in the air, but graffiti has been rampant throughout the city this year, and it's been a subject that you all have dealt with. We actually developed a partnership with Sherwin-Williams and Home Depot and the property owners where we were paint was donated, and we have been actively taking on the role of a graffiti buster, if you will, in the improvement district this year, dedicating at least one day per week to actively managing the rampant graffiti in downtown, and I'm not entirely sure why that's happening. The only other item that I wanted to add is that along with bringing on additional property owners to better represent the district on our board of directors, as many of you are aware, this is we're heading into the final year of the district. When the 640 some odd property owners created it, they wanted to give it a lifespan. They wanted to hold it accountable to their needs and to their what they expected from the district. So we're approaching the end of that 10-year period. At the end of that 10-year period, we will begin, or starting very soon actually, we will begin a very public process, again, to reach out to those property owners, to gauge the feelings of those who do own property in downtown, and to assess as to whether or not they still support the improvement district. Additionally, it has been mentioned at this body before, but it is the intention of our business and property owners that make up the board of directors to look at expanding the district further to the west. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions. Mr. Coffey, you first.
Quick one. This comes up for reballoting in 10, right?
Correct.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
Mr. Birch?
Refresh my memory on the voting. Is this has got like a weighted vote, right? I mean, so if you've got a $1 million property, your vote's 10 times somebody that's got a $100,000 property, right, or something like that?
Through the chair, the way that the ballots were weighted, if you will, when the district was created, is that you have to obtain a majority of the property owners, and that majority has to represent a majority of the value. So your analogy is technically correct. If you went out and there were 100 property owners and you got 51 of the tiniest property owners, that would not count. It has to be a mix of both large and small who support the continuation of the district.
And that's based on assessed valuation?
Correct.
Current assessed value. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Selkirk?
First, I wanted to know, did you have anything else to say? Did we cut you off? Okay.
No.
I've been here for a couple of years, and there's been questions or issues that have been raised about the downtown partnership, and I would like to state that I'm a big supporter. I like the downtown partnership. I believe in it. But I've gotten, once again, emails and letters from people who have expressed concern that they're either on 9th Avenue or they're on the outer edge of the district, and they don't feel that they're getting services in relation to the amount they're paying, and they feel like that there's a disparity in terms of coverage of services. And there's been discussion in this body more than once about some sort of rings or some sort of, coming up, beginning to establish a rate based on service levels, recognizing there's probably more attention in the core 5th, 6th, probably 4th, 5th, and 6th, or maybe even 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 5th, and 6th, and 7th. I don't know where you draw the line, but I'm a little concerned that I haven't heard much about how you're dealing with that or how it not. I think it's great that you've got people from those areas on the board, but I can assure you there are people, at least who emailed me and wrote me personal letters expressing concerns along this line. And I think it's something that it's really important for you to address and figure out how you're going to deal with, because I think it may affect your balloting next year.
Through the chair, to address the first part of your comments about the concentric circles idea, I will, of course, defer to legal on that, but my understanding of it when they created the district in the late 90s, that idea was floated, and it turned out that it was not legally permissible. So that probably won't be an option that we pursue. I know that the property owners serving on the board currently have discussed the idea of actually a lowered assessment, particularly if the property owners are successful in extending the boundaries to the true western boundary of downtown. in regards to the perimeter areas and the activities of the partnership beyond recruitment to the board, it continues to be a very active, we continue to be a very proactive organization in addressing those concerns and in ensuring that the people who, whether you have property on 5th and C or 9th and K, that you see us, you feel the impact of being in the district, and much more importantly, you feel connected to it so that if you're not, we're a phone call away and we respond usually within 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this matter? Please come forward.
Madam Chair, Assembly members, I'm Jeff Barnes, and I wrote all of you a letter of August 24th in anticipation of the first announcement for the public hearing. And I get some nods, so I think you've seen that. I'm here again to once again object to the inclusion of my property. I'm an unwilling small property owner. I've bought this property since the initial boundaries in this improvement district were established. I think it's interesting that in the discussion, both in the announcement of the public hearing and in 2 documents before us today, this district is called different things. It's the Downtown Improvement District, it's the Downtown Business Improvement District, it's the Business Improvement District. And your agenda tonight speaks very specifically about the specially benefiting properties. And I bring this up just to point out again, there are real inequalities in the benefits and the burden of the way this district is supported. In fact, this district and the benefits that are being pursued by the partnership benefit the whole community. They don't just benefit the downtown property owners, but the burden of paying for it is on the downtown property owners. My particular property is outside of the core downtown area. It is not a visitor or tourist business. It's a very small private business, and we pay a very significant part, from our point of view, of this service. The reality is we get very little benefit for it. We get an occasional sweeping of sidewalk, a little bit of, isolated litter control, and in some cases, snow and ice removal. For the amount of money that we pay, I can buy one heck of a lot of snow removal on my property, and find that I really don't benefit from this. I've in fact had members or employees of the Downtown Partnership spinning donuts in my parking lot in their four-wheelers. I see the behavior of these people every day, and I question the fact that I'm actually paying their salary, and I don't appreciate that very much. It's interesting to me, when I wrote this letter, I hadn't seen a member of the Downtown Partnership at our end of town hardly all summer. And since the letter that I wrote on the 24th of August, the first announcements for the public hearing, we've all of a sudden seen the Downtown Partnership a lot at our block. They haven't accomplished a whole lot, but they're out there. There were 6 of them out there last week. I don't know what they were doing. There were 2 of them had a broom and a dustbin, but there were 4 others supervising them. I'm really concerned that that's the way we're spending the money, and I think that it's unfairly burdened on the downtown properties. I think that the boundaries need to be adjusted so that the east side equals the west side, and I'd like to be removed from it if possible.
There are questions. Mr. Burke?
Thank you for coming down and for your comments and testimony. I was just trying to locate, do you know what your parcel or roll number is, or what page you're on? Or?
I'm roll ID 213 and 396. We have a small 4,000 square foot, 60-year-old building and an empty lot that is a parking lot.
293 and 396?
That's correct.
Okay.
No, 213 and 396.
Excuse me. Okay.
And the total assessment's of $975.
And are you on the border of the? Are you on the border of? If you're doing a map, are you near the edge or something? Or?
Unfortunately, not. The east boundary of the improvement district extends rather all the way to Ingra, I believe, or Gamble. Our property is on 4th Avenue between Beryl and Cordova, which is sort of between the new fire station and La Cabana, if you can place those landmarks.
Okay, thank you.
But it's in a, I think that one of the important things here is that the downtown is starved for private investment. I bought this property to make that private investment and do something with downtown. I get better uses from my money to improve that and add to the vigor of downtown rather than supporting the downtown partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to us on this?
Madam Chair and Assembly members, my name is Kim Frensley, and I manage the First National Bank downtown on 4th Avenue. And I was part of the downtown partnership when it was started, before it got the assessment for the taxes. There has been a change. The professionalism of all, I'd say the last 3 years have, is for they call them the ambassadors, and they are not as professional as what they have been in the past. So my concern is, who are we employing? What kind of assessment we do with our employment applications? What are we looking for with a persona when you see a person? Because when you're walking downtown and you're in a professional business, you want to have professional attire, language. I'm a little nervous because I've never been up here before. So, and one of the things is I'm looking to have consistency. The bank opens up at 9 o'clock. When it first started, the first year it was great. But we clean our own sidewalks. We remove our own snow removal. And I'm asking to see if maybe when this comes up in 2010 for an opt-out, because there was another business when this all happened 10 years ago that a hotel opted out, but now we don't have that opportunity. There are some businesses that would rather take that money and take care of our own area. Right now I'm paying the taxes, well, Mr. Cuddy is, I'm not. But we're still, it's a budget where we're cleaning every week. I'm spending $100 to $200 a week for the 4th Avenue because I'm right next to our poor 4th Avenue Theater. And so I'm spending that money. So I want us to opt out, and so does Mr. Cuddy. So I just want to take that time and wait and want you all to know what's going on downtown. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Don't leave. You have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Klayman.
First, Kim, I've known you for many years at the bank, and I know it's, I always feel always having questions at the bank, you're always gracious and helpful when I have questions, and so I appreciate your coming down and speaking with us tonight. I know it's not easy.
Thank you.
My question, I know you referred to some businesses managing to kind of not participate the first go-round. Do you think that the bank's perspective on continuing to participate would be better if some of those businesses participate the next go-round?
Probably so, yes.
Okay. Because I know, at least I've talked with some other folks with the city and with the assembly, that there's a real interest in trying to get a broader inclusion in the downtown partnership when we redo this in 2010.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you, Enrique, for helping us. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Oh, can't leave yet.
Okay.
Dr. Selkirk.
Okay.
Have you brought your concerns to the board?
I have talked to him several times. So if after a while you give up. And so I have a business to run and customers, and taking care of our customers when we open up at 9, I have to have that clean. I have to have the breezeway cleaned in the front.
And if those services were brought back to a level that you were happy with, then you would feel comfortable being in the...
I would talk to Mr. Cuddy, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Flynn?
Mr. Cuddy called me yesterday, but not about this. Is the primary issue the breezeway or the sidewalk?
Both.
Okay.
Have you walked through the breezeway lately? It was clean today. I just want it. They did come and clean it today.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I used to have an office in the basement of the 4th Avenue Theater after KTU moved out. I appreciate bringing this to our attention. I know that Chris and the staff have tried to be responsive to questions and concerns from various property owners. And just so you know, I sit as, I'm not sure what I'm not ex officio, I'm an invited member, whatever I am. I sit attend many of the board meetings and have expressed the concern about the western boundary, and it's my firm belief, I won't guarantee it, but my firm belief that the western boundary in the 2010 revote will extend to L Street in its entirety. And I guess the final question I would have, you said you raised your concerns to the board or to the staff or both? Or?
I think we really need to look at where they want to go. But I know that I'm not the only one downtown that they're afraid to come and talk because they think it's part of the MOA that they're just pushing this down their throat. But I'm encouraging everybody, I'll go out and say, bring your concerns to the meeting because that's who you all are going to hear what they all have to say.
Yeah.
He is new. I think you've been there, 2 years? Yeah. But let me tell you, 2 years out of 10, it was a real difficult time. We still have a problem with the staffing, okay? But let me tell you, 2 years out of 10, where they had problems prior to that. I'd say 5 years prior to that. And it hasn't gotten that much better for us to continue on, so I would like to have an opt-out program as well. So let's put that on the board, so if they don't follow through.
I don't think we can do an opt-out. I think it's either you're in or you're out, but the question is what's in, and I think that's the approach that we'll be looking at.
I think we need to work a lot harder.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Craig Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, but I'm just really happy to see you, Kim. We've known each other for 27 years. And I know it was difficult coming to talk to us, but thank you for coming out, and I hope things work out for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Assembly members.
All right. Mr. Flynn, you're back on queue?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I meant to be out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Second.
Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Just a minute. Mr. Flynn's first. Go ahead.
Just real quickly, Madam Chair, I appreciate Ms. Westover's quick summary of the issues. I recognize there are concerns about the Anchorage Downtown Partnership and the Business Improvement District, and those are not illegitimate concerns, and I think they can be addressed, or at least some of them can be addressed, if not entirely assuaged, in the reballoting that will take place next year. The decision before us tonight is basically, do we uphold the law or not? And so with that, I just encourage member support. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk?
I'm concerned about the district because I've heard the same things over and over. And I know people are working hard, but to hear the same problems year after year from, I think, people who are legitimately involved in, that we're not just seeing somebody who's a chronic complainer down here. We hear kind of the same theme. So I really hope that the downtown district takes some time over this year to really analyze itself in terms of really, what worries me is that we're going to be here next year and it's going to be much more complicated. So I think service levels have to be good. I think that you've got to probably come up with a strategy for people who feel like they fundamentally aren't getting the services, and my hunch is that it's not even. And maybe there's a payback. Maybe you get a refund at the end if you're in that outer zone. I mean, you probably need a strategy, and I agree with Mr. Flynn that we really need to make this fair and have all the businesses downtown participate. But I've heard over and over again, we're getting better, but it's always the same concerns. And I know you're working hard, but I think these are concerns that are going to really be big problems if we don't get them resolved this year. So thanks. I'm going to support this, and I'm looking forward to a new strategy for resolving the problems.
Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. We've heard the same concerns year after year, and a couple of years ago, or a year, maybe it was last year, we said, we're coming up on a vote. I don't want to dismantle it. I don't want to change it. I want them to fix it when they have the new vote, and I'm going to stick with that, what I said either 2 or perhaps 3 years ago. But in my view, the reach is too broad. When I used to own parcel in the downtown. I was between 8th and 9th. I never saw or heard of them, but I sure paid my share of the bills. And I would think that if you restrict it to the core area, you might do better. Thank you.
Mr. Kleiman?
Thank you. I will be pleased to be supporting this, and I will echo what I heard Mr. Flynn say about we need to look to expand the boundaries. I do think it will be a critical time for this improvement district because we really, I think, either need to increase the boundaries so all of downtown is included or we're likely to lose the support of the rest of downtown that has been included. And I think that's a project for everyone to work on. Thank you.
Seeing no one further in the queue, is there objection to approval? Seeing no objection, that matter is approved 10-0. The next item before us is 14G AO107. This is an ordinance amending Municipal Code Section 3.30.168, employment of relatives, retroactive to August 1st, 2009. If anybody would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion?
Chair?
Mr. Flynn.
I'd like to propose an amendment to page 3, simply deleting lines 12 and 13. Conferred with council, and it's not necessary given that we've already granted a waiver, and therefore we can just have a normal effective date.
What?
I would second it, but I think we should say immediately effective, as that's the common language.
That's fine.
Thank you.
All right. So is that a second, Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
All right. And could you restate then one more time? I didn't quite get it.
Yeah, we'll replace the retroactive application date on lines 12 and 13 with an immediate effective date.
I see. Is there a discussion about that amendment? Is there objection to that amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is incorporated. Mr. Flynn, was there anything else?
Nope. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Kleiman, you're next.
A question for Ms. Tucker, because I understand you worked on it with Mr. Coffey. Does this basically put us in line with state law so that the nepotism rule is the same as in the state law?
This makes it person life? Yes.
I think that the effect of this rule is going to be the same as the effect of the state rule.
Could you? We could not hear you. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Assemblymember Kleiman, I think that the effect of this rule will be the same as the effect of the state rule. Because of the construction of the state statute and administrative code, the wording is different, but the effect is the same so that they would be parallel.
All right. Thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, is there any objection to this matter as amended? Seeing none, this matter is approved 10-0 as amended. The next item before us is 14H, AR199. This is a resolution appropriating $2,700,337 from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistant Grant, and appropriating $33,385 from the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area.
Waive reading.
Thank you, for underwriting projects to reduce crime. Is there discussion from us? If you would like to, sir, if you would like to speak to us about this matter, they're right on the screen, you can come forward now. If you want to speak about another item, you have to wait till the end of the meeting.
You're talking about discussion from us on the ordinance for hiring talent?
No, sir, we've already approved that one. At this point, the only thing you could speak to us, sir, at this point, the only thing open for you to speak on is a matter that's on the screen, which is relating to funding for the police department.
So you include hiring family? A point of order.
Yeah. All right. If you could, security urge people to refrain from shouting out during the meeting. All right. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on this police funding matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Second.
Is there discussion? Dr. Sokrig.
This is the second wonderful kind of item like this that's come by, I think, in two meetings. And I would like to urge the administration to consider these kinds of monies in light of graffiti as well. It would have been wonderful to see an expansion of graffiti busters here. And you just heard that downtown has got graffiti problems. East Anchorage has got graffiti problems. If you go to Midtown, we've got graffiti problems. And we've, I believe, got a person half-time on graffiti. And I've talked with her, and it's just it's a long wait. And we really need to get on top of it. There's a whole lot of other related crimes associated that's kind of led by graffiti. We know that it first is graffiti and then are gangs. So I'm just urging the administration to use these kind of opportunities to address that problem. I'm not going to stop it here, but when one of these comes along next time, can you do your best to see if you can put some money into that? Thanks very much.
Thank you. Mr. Klayman.
I just want to note that these are a number of projects available under that we have really worked to get funding for under the American Recovery Act that I think really can make a difference in the community. And even though they will not be there forever, it's good to take advantage of the opportunities while they're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to approving this? Seeing no objection, this matter is approved 10-0. The next item before us is AR 204. This is a resolution of the municipality appropriating $240,000 from the
Waive reading.
Okay, basically it's for purchasing emergency generators and a replacement command vehicle for the Chugiak Volunteer Fire Department.
More Chugiak Eagle River?
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Is there anybody who would like to come forward and speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve. I can only do one at a time, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, this matter is approved. This brings us back up to the beginning. We need a few more moments. I would like, if I could then, if the body's indulgence, I believe we have audience participation, and we're not quite ready apparently to do the police recognition. Would you object if I do audience participation right now? Hearing and seeing no objection. So if anyone would like to speak to us about anything, now's the time. Sir? About anything. Anything. Come on down. 3 minutes.
My name is Blon Stephen D. Spaldingus, the government of the Constitution. This is of the Saints beginning the colony's preliminary address to carry out a United States of America for duration of the occupation of Israel. To be writing a permanency manuscript, to be a document kept for a nation that is of God. To be a domain for a tribune payment to the only God of authorship of creation, for document to function with the saint as the citizens for a status of Israel, to be a heir of dignitaries through a body to proceed for the authorities of all nations, for which the United States shall become an authority of God. To carry on the duties of municipalities, man is not to be in front of the assemblies of the saints. It is to be of Jehovah God, a saint's review of its policies, volunteer government board, to view and review its offices and those hosting them. This began by the Assembly of the Volunteer Saints Review Board for its policies to raise the government up, the continuing government of Jehovah God, to come and forever to becoming a policy, a forever review policy coming from a Saints Review Board. The start of these saint policies for an independence of the saints of the United States of America to recognize Israel as a nation to come. For the policies of these constitutional needs of obedience to them to be carried throughout by latter living trustworthy saints, just about a timely manner predicted for saints to come 40 years after the world expands of populace have been linked by continually paved roads, causing an easy access of endless communication of saints linking the Latter Saints Review Board of the USA government for and to reestablish boundaries of the need of governments by them to carry on the preliminary address of the colonies for saints to create boundaries of the United States of American government to pay teachers to teach adult saints volunteering to hold the teachings to come Saints Review of its government policy boards to finding trustworthy saints of the established church uniting them to God to volunteer time and effort to establish the correct use of authorized authority of the body joined in a union together from the church in saint review boards for government boundaries prolonging the life of saints to the establishment of the authority in God. This must and shall ever be sustained the power and the authority of the United States of American government for endless communication to God, who said his glory shall come upon the whole earth by his saints in view of Israel's testaments to obey these testament addresses of the Union documentation for policy of Jehovah God that is to be final authority.
Thank you,
through them.
Thank you very much.
I can ask the mayor to authorize a few more minutes to finish one speech of the Union documents for a speech.
I'm sorry,
I can ask the mayor to authorize finishing an address speech.
There's no more time, sir. I'm sorry. There's no more time. Thank you very much.
I'm asking, will you authorize authority to finish a union address speech?
The chair of the assembly runs the meeting, sir, and she has given you your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
This is according to the
Thank you very much.
codes of policy.
No.
Gave you an answer. It's time to go.
All right. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak under non-agenda items? Go ahead, sir.
Members of the Assembly, I'm sorry, I don't think I can quite follow that act quite as well, but I'm Bob Griffin from the Municipal Taxpayers League, and I'm here tonight to give everybody else a heads up that we're starting on a new project here. We're opening up a dialogue with the Anchorage School District. The Taxpayers League, we're a little bit alarmed at the 108% increase, inflation adjusted, the budget of the Anchorage School District since 2001. It's a little bit more than double the spending. Started in 2001 with really no measurable results changes that we've seen since 2001. As recently as 2005, the Anchorage School District was spending about 17% more than the average school district in the lower 48 throughout the United States. And now we're up to 59% above the national average per student spending. We're hoping that working together with the school district, we can find some common ground where we can find some collaborative solutions to not only improve the future for our children, but also get some consideration for the taxpayers. We realize a lot of the money that the school district spends comes from the state and federal government, but we also recognize that money is also taxpayer money, and the Municipal Taxpayers League, we're looking out for taxpayers all the way around, not just property taxpayers.
Thank you. Mr. Starr has a question.
Yeah, thanks for coming down. I appreciate that. Your efforts on the balloting initiative, we're taking up enabling ordinance language on that. So I just thought if you had a newsletter or something you wanted to send out to the Taxpayers League, that we'll be addressing the Prop 9 initiative that passed at a work session on the 25th. We also have a meeting with the joint school district meeting with the Assembly on the 25th as well. So any notes that you'd like us to pass along to that. When you speak to engaging them in dialogue, what have you done so far, or how do you anticipate that dialogue to be?
We've made we've sent emails to a couple of the school board members so far, and we've built up some interview forms that we're given the permission from the school district, which they haven't given us yet. We'd like to conduct some interviews of staff and faculty members, and also we're doing some searches of school districts that have, we've found some success stories around the country. We're doing some in-person visits to a few school districts in the lower 48.
Yeah, one of the budget, the reason I bring it up is one of the items on the agenda for the joint meeting that we have is budgetary process and budget functions. So perhaps if a representative of your group wants to show up for the public, it is a public meeting with the school district on the 25th from that. And just, do you mind if I ask how many people you have on your email list right now?
Well, there's several thousand, but there's fewer that are active. We've gone a little bit dormant since our last project, but the membership's has been getting a little bit more fired up recently with a few of the things that have been in the news. Again, the rate of spending is obviously unsustainable and is out of proportion to all the achievement measures that we've seen so far.
Thanks for coming down. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Dr. Selkirk.
I think we'd appreciate any documentation that you have that compares our school district with other school districts in terms of spending.
Sure.
If you've got that would be interesting.
Yeah, we'd be happy to share with that. We've been doing a lot of research here lately. U.S. Department of Education Center for Education Statistics is just a gold mine for a lot of comparisons and it's been a very valuable resource. That's one thing. The three tenets of the Municipal Taxpayers League are honesty, transparency, and value for the taxpayers. And I have to compliment the Anchorage School District as far as honesty and transparency. It's an outstanding organization. They have a lot of things out there for anybody who's willing to pour over 2,500 page document of the performance, the profiles of performance. It's a pretty detailed document. Lots of great statistics in there to dig through.
I'm interested actually in, like you said, what did you say it was a 50% in over other? Are you comparing like a life city with, you know, we've got all these different languages. There are some pretty complicated issues.
The challenges that face the Anchorage School District are not unique. There's a lot of West Coast, large urban West Coast school districts that face the challenges, and certainly even in a greater degree. And English is a second language, and in cases of economically disadvantaged students, there's a lot of success stories out there. There was a study published by the branch of Standard & Poor's not too long ago that studied 21,000 high schools across the United States, and of those high schools, about 2,000 were given either gold, silver, or a bronze rating for their achievement above expected achievement. And of those schools, almost I think about 1,000 of them had economically disadvantaged population, student body population above 50%, and they were able to achieve. The Anchorage School District didn't have any schools that ranked either a gold, silver, or a bronze in that particular study.
It would be great if you have some of this information, if you'd share it with the clerk, and she could pass it on to us.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
I just wanted to thank you for coming down this evening, and I guess I want to make you aware that on, I think it's Friday afternoon, we have a joint Anchorage School District or School Board and Anchorage Assembly meeting that is basically a public meeting. I think it's this Friday. Yeah.
25th.
Or is it 25th? Okay. On the 25th, and that might be a good opportunity to at least be a part of that. So.
All right. And I just want to reiterate, we're not out for any kind of confrontation or anything. We just we wanted to get the taxpayers' side of the equation shown a little bit. I attended the school board meeting last night, and I was under the impression they could probably save a lot of money if they just used the light bulbs that are in the red light bulbs out of the school, because they're never used. That all the votes were 7-0, pretty much down the line, and we spent quite a bit of money last night at the school board meeting without blinking an eye, and then spent hours and hours and hours changing happies to glads on the objectives for the profile of performance report. just an observation.
Ms. Johnston?
When you're doing some comparisons with districts, there's always sort of red flags that come up, and you know, education is a service, and service is sometimes always in crisis.
Right.
And one of the other red flags is the special needs.
Exactly.
As you know, with any federal program, federal government can't mandate what you do with education, but they kind of do the carrot and stick approach. And I'd be interested in your research how others have adapted to the special needs and how we compare as far as numbers.
That's a good observation, because it's a very important social responsibility to take care of the special needs kids, and we're fully supportive of that. And I think it's like I said again, an important responsibility. And we talked about in economically disadvantaged English as a second language. That's not a situation that's really graphically different from the rest of the United States. It's a common thing that we hear from the school district that we are so expensive because we have so many special needs kids. But in actuality, if you separate out the $106 million for the special needs budget in the Anchorage School District, we still are running at about $16,000 per kid, which is, again, close to 50% above the national average, which is about $10,700 or so. Based upon projections, they're not really strong numbers for the United States for this school year, just based upon a 6% projection of the last year's statistics.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to address us on non-agenda items? Seeing no one, we're back to A1, and I understand there is a request to postpone this matter to our next meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Smith, Acting Chief of Police. Through the happy surprise of having the agenda go so quickly, our honoree was planning on being here at 10:30, so his midship colleagues could see him off, and unfortunately he's got a conflict he's involved in right now and can't be here. So yes, if we could ask your indulgence to put that off, we'll probably go with the more conventional at the front of the meeting time period next time, just so this doesn't happen again, should we be so fortunate.
Well,
so moved.
We appreciate his attention to matters that are pressing for the city, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, is there objection then to postponing this to our next meeting? Seeing none, we will do that. All right, we have gotten through the agenda.
Madam Chair, move to adjourn.
Is there objection? Seeing none, we're adjourned.